Howdy, friends! How are we doing? How are things going? Welcome! Sorry, we are starting a little late. Posted it in a couple of different places, but in case you didn't see, my internet was down pretty much most of this morning, which was a little frustrating. But it's up now. It's held on for the last 40 minutes or so, so I'm gonna assume that it's been fixed. I've been told by the internet providers that it should be fine now. We shall see. We're also gonna play some Bioshock. Hi, Stars. How are you doing, friend? How's it going? Yeah, we're gonna do some Bioshock 2 today. I was considering doing an art stream to start out, but I decided not to for reasons. No, nothing in particular, honestly. I think my arm is a little sore. I did some physical therapy for it yesterday, which was great, and it's gonna help it, but it has left me a little tender. But yeah, we're gonna do some Bioshock for the next few hours. I don't know how long we'll be playing for. But I'm just happy to be here. I'm doing well, honestly. Yesterday was a really, really busy day for me. I had originally scheduled 2 appointments and then ended up having 3 appointments back to back, which was wild. And then I had to run some surprise errands, but it was good. Everything was really productive and really good, and it was handled very well, and I am happy about that. Hi, TK! Yes, same. We, just given how much it's been hurting over the last almost 2 weeks now, I was like, I should probably, like, actually get this looked at, and so I did. They don't think I've torn anything, they just think that I have angered it a lot, which, fair. But yeah, that's why I was in bed so early last night. It was really nice to kind of just, like, chill out and fall asleep to your stream and those stars. It was very nice. How was, how'd the last of your art go? Were you happy with it? I really liked what I saw of it before I fell asleep. Also, TK, how are you doing? How is everybody? I am just gonna put it out there. I am a little anxious right now. Over nothing in particular. I will be fine once we start playing. I'm just putting it out there because sometimes just expressing that is helpful. So yeah, if I seem a little weird right now, that's why. But that's okay. I thought it was just the headphones that I was using. The next time, if I'm there and I notice any sort of, like, audio stuff, I'll make sure to let you know. I also just thought, like I said, I thought it was my headphones. Thank you for the blanket. Oh no, not stressed. Oh no. I hope you can get the support tickets handled and under control soon, so that you don't have to deal with it anymore and you cannot be stressed. I definitely understand just, like, much rather wanting to, like, focus all of your attention on a single project. It's much easier to put all of your effort into a single thing as opposed to having to do 5 billion other things all at once. But yeah. Like I said, I hope that calms down for you. Yeah. Yeah. I'm really excited about tomorrow specifically. So I know we, like, set up the schedule so that I would do a long stream on Friday, like an extra long stream on Friday, which is still the plan. But I think I'm also gonna stream tomorrow night at 5 Central, because that's when Elden Ring is going to be available to me. And I don't want to have to wait 17 hours from the time of release to when I can play. So we might do, like, a 5-ish hour stream tomorrow. Maybe a little shorter. Again, it just kind of depends on what my energy is. But I'll be doing that tomorrow. I'm excited. But for now, I don't have anything else that I really gotta talk about. And I'm really happy that y'all are here. I love seeing you. But should we get started? Should we start playing Bioshock? Let's play some Bioshock. Let me remember how to do everything. There are far too many windows for me to be paying attention to. Let's get shocked in the bio! I don't... Never mind. Let's forget I ever said that. And move on. So, Bioshock, right? First Bioshock. Probably one of my favorite games of all times. Definitely in, like, my top 10 of favorite games. I've played Bioshock 2 before. I've only played it once. Whereas I have played the first one many times. I've even played the third one a few times through. I've only played this one once. Sitting on the options menu, that's what's going on. Is that too loud? That looks really loud. Maybe we'll just turn it down even more. Oh, it seems fine? Okay. Okay, if you say so. That is true. There are no gunshots. Medium. I've played other shooters. Look, I've played the shooty games before. There was music there. For a second. For a hot moment. Also, hi Travis. Welcome in, friend. How are you doing? Space. I hit space. I've hit space to continue. Pew 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 pew. I am sad that we don't get to do Doom today. But I'm still excited about it. Thank you for the contribution to the alien stream. We're very close. Is that... Now it's very quiet. Should I turn that up for y'all?
Look, Daddy, it's you.
Why are there no subtitles? Oh, I've done this so bad.
Let's go out to play, Daddy.
Okay, hold on. You're not gonna hear anything for a second, alright? Hold on, I've lost the window! Come back, Bioshock! Still pretty quiet. I'll turn it up in the menu once we get a chance. Not the Little Mermaid.
More angels, Daddy. This way.
Obviously, we have to do anything and everything we have to do to protect the babies. Right, though? Disney would be so mad. No! Get him! Get him! Get him! I love these games so much.
Get out of here, freak!
Beat him up! It's true.
There we are. He's perfectly safe now. This is not your daughter. Do you understand? Her name is Eleanor, and she is mine. Now, kneel, please.
Don't do it!
Remove your helmet.
Save the babies!
Now, take the pistol. Place it against your head.
Forgot that this is how this whole thing started. Again, I've played this once, and it was years ago. Sad. do generally remember a lot of people not liking Bioshock 2. And I don't even, like, remember why. I remember enjoying it. That's a fair point. Not being able to compete with what you had done previously. I guess I think that's like that was like the general like upset, right? Is that this just wasn't as good as the first one. To which it's like, well, yeah, it can't be cuz it's not the first one. Okay, before we do anything, I forget that I'm gonna put item shimmer on because I can. We're gonna turn this up just a smidge. That particular slider didn't ever seem to do much. Is this better? As far as sound is concerned. Let me try to make as much noise as possible in a single go. Seems alright. Okay, cool. Hi, baby! Come here! Okay, or don't. But yeah, like that was the general upset, right? It's just that this wasn't as good as the other one. Angry lady. But not that, like, it was a bad game. I don't know. I remember enjoying it. And thinking it was pretty cool. So I'm excited to see it again. Okay, I am gonna mess with the audio settings one more time. I know we said it was fine. I'm just gonna turn it down the one. Alright? I'll never, ever stop messing with audio settings. Ever. Not even once. L to listen.
One, mob jockeys. You are under the ocean now. If you feel the soft patter of rain on your hat, you're already fired. Listen two. You can jumpstart a dead generator with a direct spark, but clear the guests out of the pool first. Scares these rich pricks to watch a working stiff hurling thunderbolts. You follow me?
Understood. Oh, is that also weird? Multiple buttons for multiple things. Well, multiple buttons for the same thing, really.
Stay dead this time.
You're a terrible shot, my guy. We'll just steal everything. It's also gonna be weird. Lamb is watching. Because I think when I played this, I played it on a 360. So I had a controller to use, and I'm just using mouse and keyboard because I have found that I like and enjoy shooters more. Hi, Eleanor. When I can control things a little better, which a mouse does for me. And we love that. We love that for us. Poor buddy. Shocking.
Daddy was sleeping for such a long time, and Eleanor has missed you.
We got
One day
shocked.
you'll be
Did
all
we
better.
win the game? Excuse you, ma'am. Hi, Emmy. Thank you for the contribution. Gib. Never mind. Don't gib. There we go. Emmy. Did I play this with you? 1540. Trying to remember how long ago it was that I played this. Okay, so it has been ages. Like, I knew it had been a long time, but I didn't realize it'd been that long.
My husband is such
This
a
is gonna be
perfect
great.
idiot. Throws away all his spending money on gene tonics to affect a look of physical fitness.
Gonna
So
sneak
he'll
up
have
on
an
her.
excuse to sit on his rear
Him,
all
them.
day listening to radio serials. Steven, I tell him, you want to be fit? Come swim laps with me.
Oh,
the
hello.
old-fashioned way.
I
It's your
can't
mind that's
hear
acting.
anything.
Maybe I'll start
Oh.
sneaking some brain boosters.
That's because the big sister was a bitch and causing every possible issue for me. You, there you are. Just jump right on him. Yeah.
At last, a signal.
It's
You
Tenenbaum.
who are bringing this dead city to life.
Lady
Listen.
from first game, right?
My name, it is Tannenbaum. I know who you are, and I am in
Yeah.
much need of your help.
Yeah?
Please, find me in the Atlantic Express train station.
Can do, can do. Hi, sir. You're doing a great job out there. But yeah, I'm excited to play this again. I've been wanting to revisit it for a while since we played the first one on stream. That was ages ago, though. Yeah. This tracks. Also, hi, Fruity. It's Daddy Kaysh time. Let's go.
Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry.
Hey, look, it's Bioshock time. We're gonna shock all the bios. I know I said I would never say that again, but I said it again.
And Rapture will be your home.
Sophia Lamb is an absolute monster.
To advance the common good through social psychiatry. This city's potential is immeasurable. Yet our beliefs are unwelcome here.
I thought it was
Will
great.
be difficult, but the price of revolution is
Get
worth
fucked! Oh, that's shocking me too. Okay, understood.
Rapture will
Can you
come
stop?
to our people.
Can you stop being shocked? Maybe? So I can grab your stuff?
Think of me
Great.
not as
Great.
leader, but as mother
Great.
to the Rapture family.
I'm going to
Back in Rapture,
listen to
after
every
so
single one
many
of these that we
years.
find. Even if Lamb is talking in the background. Do not care.
And think of me no more. After what I once did to them, it was a joy to be forgotten. But now,
Aw.
all around the world,
Aw.
children vanish by the sea, kidnapped. So I return, in fear of what I already know.
We can
Someone is
consider.
making new little ones, continuing my work, my sins. Even if I am to die for it, I must stop them.
I like Tenenbaum. Yeah, no, I can consider checking out the terrible multiplayer so we can freeze all the doors. This is terrible? Those were noises that we heard that I did not appreciate. Well, we are playing the remastered version. But I do also have the original because I bought the bundle. So I bought ages ago. I picked up the Bioshock bundle that's available on Steam. I'm not going to listen to this one. I've decided because I want to talk instead of listen. I want to go over here though. I want to see what's over here. But I didn't realize that it had all of the remastered version or had all of the remasters in it. But to be fair, I picked up the bundle for like probably like $10 for all 3 games, which then ended up being 6 games. So that's cool. I bought literally every available Bioshock. Every Bioshock available. Well, there's only one way to find out, and it's to install the regular version of Bioshock, original version of Bioshock 2, and then try the multiplayer. I only have 2 Skyrims? The original for the 360.
Big sister doesn't want you playing with me.
And then one of the PC versions. Man, you are so loud! Can you get out of my face, please? She is taking absolutely no damage. This is an issue. Especially considering I have no health. I have no health? Hey, we don't have any health. Health. I am stuck on things. Okay. I don't know that I am. That hurt me. This hurt me, actually. Ma'am! It's all scripted, I understand. It's all scripted. I understand.
This is Dr. Sophia Lamb with a message for the people. Remember,
Imagine,
Big
smoking is
Sister
terrible for your health.
always watching. To steal Adam,
I'm
is
going to drink
steal from the rapture
all of this
family,
booze.
Your family.
Look, I'm not here to pay attention to what hurts me and what doesn't. It's true, I did almost die from eating a cigarette. That was a bit of a mistake. Hey, lesson learned, eating cigarettes, bad? I will continue to eat them, but I do know that they're bad for me now. So that's exciting. I don't have an 18 plus. I don't have an 18 plus command. Hold on, while we're here, I should, the miracle of 2 at once. We've never seen such a thing. I should have an 18 plus command, and I'm going to make that right now. What should it say though? Look. What should it say?
Bees?
Sorry. It's just, you pull up the exclamation point 18 and it just says bees? None of these are helpful. Only big kids here.
That is not correct. Because according to the Encyclopedia of...
Okay. I smell toast. Okay. Sorry. We're doing this right now. So concerned. I'll also put that on a timer. That seems important. So it's exclamation point 18. For anyone who is wondering. Oh, I need to update all that stuff. DC's fine! Cool. Great. done it. Updated. Thank you for the reminder, Travis. Inadvertent as it may have been. Okay. Let's do the thing. Yeah. I don't know, will the does the command work if there's a plus in there? I figured that's fine. Like I said, it'll also pop up in a timer, so it'll just show up in chat every so often. But hey, we're an 18+ stream. We talk about bad things and swear a lot. Oh, lol. Oh, I see. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Nope, it's just, we are just an 18+. That's it. I need you to be extremely explicit with me about where my error is. I'm not going to understand otherwise. There we go. It should be properly done now. Also, we're not even worried about the slow-mo water. You know why? Because I'm in a freaking suit. I'm in a scuba suit. That's what I'm trying to say. Hello. We're underwater now. I really like these sections. They're just neat. I just think they're neat.
In that suit, even the ocean cannot harm you.
Tenenbaum, you are in my
Rapture
ear.
is the death of many great men. Alone, you will not last long. You can still reach the train station. Find me there.
Okay. I know I said I'm gonna listen to every single audio log. I lied. We probably won't do that. But I also won't be looking for every single one of them. Get him! Get him! Not a Scooby suit. Good job, Big Daddy. You did your job. Proud of you. She gonna go in there? Nah, she's gonna get some Adam. This is fine. Yeah, I think we're just gonna focus story, maybe do some side stuff. Really, I'm just here to vibe. Why is it? Don't tell it to not do that. Emmy, tell your avatar to not be me. That's horrible. It doesn't want this. Let me tell you. Shark! These are very neat reveals. Sorry, I love these games. Giant squid. Very good. I stand by Bioshock being some of the, like, maybe not like the best environmental storytelling, but as far as like atmosphere is concerned, general appearance, and just like the overall feeling of the entire game, so good. So good. To this day, remains fucking amazing. Also, I just got the achievement Daddy's Home. Game. That's what I've called this stream, game. Game. That's what I named the stream. You can't, game, you can't do that to me, game. It knows. I did hit space.
Ah, Herr Delta. You arrive, as the little one said you would. Come upstairs to the ticket booth, and I will offer what I know.
I had no idea it was an achievement. I was just thinking of, like, funny, quirky things that I could say about daddies. And I was like, you know what? Daddy coming home, that's funny. This seemed fine. So who's ripping off who now? I hear sparkly things. Sorry. Look, I'll do it. I'll name the next Bioshock stream we do 50 headshots pistol.
Now most who survive are like this.
I'll do it.
Splicers.
Don't
They're
bring our
drug
blood.
addicts. Vicious animals.
It never would be. Honestly, full permission for everyone, anytime. Call me Big Daddy. This is acceptable. This is the kind of place that we're in. You can call me Big Daddy. It's fine. I don't have a problem with this. How wonderfully soothing is that? Okay, wait, hold on. Where is... This is where. This is how. We're doing it bad. Okay. I don't... It's true, it's Big Daddy Kaysh. I am, DM Daddy. Well, I was DM Daddy. For a while. I do love it when they call me Big Daddy. No, I was, DM Daddy in my D&D... Or, well, it's not D&D, it was Monster of the Week group for a really long time. There we go. That hacking minigame, not nearly as bad as the, pipes. I know I'm gonna get annoyed with it eventually, but, you know, that's okay. It's much better than the stuff in Evil Within. It actually stops when I tell it to, so that's extremely exciting. Yeah! Fruity and I, same brain. Same hats! Nothing will ever be as bad as the Evil Within bomb minigame. Bomb hacking minigame specifically. Hey, ship, if you could not drop on me. That would be cool. Give me these. Oh, I missed. This is fine. Excuse you? Excuse you? Ma'am?
This is
We
Dr.
doing clips?
Sophia Lamb.
Thank you, Travis.
Andrew Ryan is dead.
It's illegally
Dwells within his
binding.
walls. Remember,
Look,
we reject
I'm fine
the
with
gene.
this.
We
Genuinely.
reject the self. We reject the tyrant.
Ship, I didn't order an Uber. Hey, Ship? I think you've got the wrong address. Can you imagine? It just drops in here. What is twinkling at us? This. You're twinkling at us. Why could I hear you from the other room? They're just very, very quick clips.
I know you.
Hi,
That symbol
Lamb.
on your hand marks you a dead man. 10 years, Subject Delta, since I watched you put a gun to your head and pull the trigger. But take heart. Out
I
of
remember
your
Lamb not
pain,
being, like, nearly
Paradise
as
was born.
powerful
I don't know how you
a villain
survived, but your
as what was
suffering is
in,
over now.
1.
These men will ease your
But she's still
burden.
creepy. She's still, like, a
Please understand
decent enough villain.
that like all I have done, this is an act of love.
Yeah. Okay. Get in here.
It is Sophia Lamb. She has found you.
Plus, I adore Tenenbaum. Right? No, Andrew, you can't top Andrew Ryan. Hey, if we could not set me on fire, that would be cool. This is But again, I still stand by, like, the whole, like, well, you can't, of course this isn't gonna be as good as one. Because that's a lot. Not the Irishman. The bad fake Irishman to weird gangster pipeline. But yeah, it's like, I think, because I do remember, like, a lot of people being upset about 2 when it came out.
Now
But it's like, you
know what
can't
the enemy we
top
share.
that.
So
It's still a
feel
good
them.
game.
The camera in your helmet allows me to watch through your eyes and help you to
2
fight her.
different weird fake accents. We love him for that. He committed to the bad accent, bit, and you know what? Props to him for that. Oh. I forgot I still had a security bot and I was about to shoot our boy. I didn't, so it's fine. Where am I going? Hello? There.
Careful, security cameras belong to Lamb. But if you
Not
are
for
clever,
long.
they can be made to serve.
Hey, that's not a thing anymore. That's not. I thought I got rid of that timer. It's fine. I'm not playing with Fruity right now. Surprise.
You.
Surprise. That's fair. Like I said, I do remember enjoying it. I've only played it once. But it was nice. It was cool for what it was. Who is shooting me? Was my bot shooting me? Hey, bot. I murdered you. It was terrible, and I've learned from my mistakes. Never again. Still feel bad about it, but you know what? That's okay. But yeah, I guess, like, I don't generally listen to what most people have to say. Our poor bots. I love them, though. Our sweet, stupid boys. Can't get in there. That's fine. More gifts!
Father, it's me, Eleanor. I know you're awake in there. I can feel it. Mother won't be able to toy with you like that ever again. This plasmid is for you. If I'm right, you can use it now. Please, find me.
Sorry, I'm gonna be chunking a ton of water, this stream, because I've done a very bad job staying hydrated the last 2 days. Eleanor, I told you to call me Big Daddy, not Father. A daddy. This is fine. What did it just shoot out? Also, telekinesis! Quip. Also, TK, thank you for the contribution to the alien stream. I love these little animatics they have. They're very good. Hey, if you could not. Are you gonna keep... Woof! Woof! Is there anything else in here that I need? Supplies, money, consider, give me your money, we'll eat some meat. I guess I should probably reload. Ew, what? You hit T to shoot down the sights?
And if anybody gets lippy, pal, he's got the bomb.
Kindergarten full of cutesy little brats.
Oh, it's very good. That was a horrifying noise, though. I'm a big fan of the explosions. Oh, hey. Control. Control to... That's weird. That's weird. Why is control heal? Okay, hold on. We are going to remap real fast. Customize controls, please. Customize keys. Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. I mean, movements. I am going to put crouch as control, because that makes sense to me. I would like to set... Not plasmids. Miscellaneous? First aid. Mouse 4, please. Is there anything else I really need to do? Gun button drill dash. Sorry. High tones. We are extremely Bioshook today. I'm just remapping controls real fast because control was heal, and that's weird to me, and I'm not here for that. So we're gonna fix that real fast. I enjoy it, and I am enjoying it again thus far. I would recommend you play it, at least the once. Worst comes to worst, you don't like it, and set it down and never come back to it. Right? Control is heal. Weird. Weird. Did not like. Let's try this again. Look, I really like 1 and 2. I think, and I know Fruity would fight me on it, I think 2 is the weakest of the series, but I really enjoy 2. Would recommend. Like I said, worst comes to worst, you try it, you don't like it, and you never play it again. Shift should always be sprint. Control should always be crouch. And, yeah. Those are really, like, my... the only 2 that I say you absolutely have to have. Also, is this how do I shift plasmids? There we go. Q. I see. I understand. I understand. I see. You're a controller-only person. Travis, that's incorrect, and you know it. That is absolutely incorrect.
There would be no rapture without me.
No okay, Prentice. Whatever you say, buddy. I don't know. I'm very particular about... Is there an enemy over there? Also, I like the little hacking tool that I shot on there and got stuck. This is fine. It's all fine here. Please. I was gonna say, when it comes to shooters, specifically first-person shooters, I definitely prefer...
Most big daddies are like her slaves, guarding the little ones. But someone
I'm trying to talk, man.
has awakened you.
Listen. Hey, Tenenbaum, I know you're trying to tell me stuff, and I know that it's important to the game, but I need you to shh for a hot second, okay? Okay. Undertale Man, hello and welcome. What was I saying? Forgetting the controls, first and foremost. When it comes to first-person shooters, I definitely prefer mouse and keyboard. Unless it's control, apparently. Well, it's not really a first-person shooter, is it, though? I want to fix that. This is my first time playing in a really long time. Can I not shoot that? I can't. Okay. This is my first time playing it on PC. I have only played it the once, though, and that was, as we have realized, actual years ago. Oh, you know what I can do for that? I'm an idiot. Telekinesis. That's what. Get out of here. Thanks. I'm excited to play it. I remember not being particularly good at it.
I know of your bond with
with Eleanor Delta. To
Yeah.
save yourself, you
Okay.
will come for her. But
Okay.
Eleanor
What
has
do
a
you say,
destiny,
ma'am?
one you cannot share. There is no place for you in paradise.
I gotta find my baby, though, lamb. Listen.
Paradise is dying.
This is the remastered, yeah.
With her.
But
We are never alone.
what's going on here?
We shall live on.
I figured I might as well. I've got both. I've got the original version. This is so loud in here. I have not tried multiplayer. I don't think I, like, knew that there was multiplayer. When I first played it, I played it on the 360. And I might have done some of the co-op then. Well, I guess it's not really co-op, is it? I might have done some of the multiplayer then, but that was well over a decade ago. Or very nearly a decade ago. And so that entire portion of my memory is non-existent. Is it really? That's awesome? Yeah, get out of here, ma'am. Okay, hold on a second. I am gonna turn this down because it's still so goddamn loud. So y'all just have to suffer. Nice! I was gonna say, I know, one of our buddies here was probably joking about it, but mentioned that I should do the multiplayer at some point, so I wasn't sure if, like, they were still up and running. I think most of us just assumed that they weren't. I would be down to check it out at some point. If y'all wanna let me come hang out for a little bit. I'm very bad. I cannot affirm enough how bad I am at this. But how much I enjoy it. I can't activate. I mean, I am just prepared to die anyway. Like I said, not very good. Why did you tell me to use my next plasmid? I don't know what's going on. That's fine. You wanna give me your stuff, sir? I would like to hack you. Nice! Nice! No, that's really cool to know that there's still, like, a thriving community for that, though. Give me the first aid kit, please. Is there anything that I need? Probably one of those. I should grab another hypo. Nice. Right? Hacking is 100% better in this one. Hi, ma'am. I do really... I can't say I really like it, actually, as I start saying the sentence. I enjoy the hacking in 1, but it gets so tiring, so fast. This is not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Oh. I forgot where heal was. I've changed heal, and I forgot where I put it, but that's okay. Again, we're here to normalize being bad at video games, as long as you're enjoying it. I say this in full and total preparation of playing Elden Ring tomorrow. I'm so pumped about this game, though. Get out of here, sir. Y'all... Okay, how are we doing this? Nice! Get out of here. I need to move. I have been spotted. Everything is terrible. That's not my gun. That's not the gun that I want. Please. I have no... Okay. This is fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. Get out of here, my guy. Thank you. This is fine. We've done it great. Right? Hey, have you considered not doing the thing that you're doing? We just gotta go. I think it's time that we just go. I think we should just go. Bye! Hi! I should heal up. Hello, kitty cat. Right, yeah, no, the QuickTime event, like, as somebody who despises QuickTime events, I would much rather that than, like,
Now,
a full...
Here is what the children tell
a full mini game that takes me,
You
like, a
are
minute
very
plus to
old
finish.
Big Daddy, bonded for life to a single little one.
We gotta
When you
find
are apart for too long,
Eleanor.
your body begins to shut down like a coma. As long as the girl
my
is in
goodness.
rapture, you are trapped here as well. The
Hey,
name of
Devo,
your
I
little
would like you to
one
move so I don't roll you
is
over.
Eleanor
Okay?
Lamb, daughter of Sophia.
Uh,
She is kept at Fontaine Futuristics on the other side of
just
the
an
city.
old Big
You
Daddy,
must
not
go
a
there and
granddaddy.
save her
Could be
before it is too
considered the
late.
granddaddy of Big Daddies, though. The ultimate Big Daddy. We love the bouncers and rosies, though. Good lot. Thank you, game, for showing me that those red things hurt me. Is that... So I am a little rusty on my lore as far as, like, 2 is concerned. Neat. I appreciate the fact that there are... Can I take those? Nice. Nice. I am here for all of the lore, please and thank you. Give me all of the information.
Dr. Siu Chong's death was
I
a
am
nasty
here for
blow
it.
to the protector program, but I'm gradually
Ooh, hiccups.
settling into his role, picking up the slack that his carelessness left behind. We are gaining steam again.
Is there anything else in here?
I'm not satisfied.
No.
Yes, the Big Daddy defends the girl.
Alexander.
But he is programmed only for the fight. Like a sheepdog who wanders off unless a wolf is tearing at his
Oh,
front.
dang.
When no aggressor is present, he regards his little sister as he might a common houseplant. We need something more. Something stronger. An unbreakable physiological
Missed that
bond.
just barely. It's a thing. I was gonna say, I do vaguely remember, like, some mention of that, in the original, in the first one. Yeah, all of this takes place in the 1960s. 1960s, 1970s-ish? Ish. Okay, I was trying to grab the rivets, but that's okay too. Not the broken circus of value. I'm gonna fill up on stuff. Yeah, Infinite takes place before everything? This sounds about right. I couldn't remember if it was 1912 or not. Oh, dang, wait, like, there's actual... Multiplayer actually takes, like, isn't just its own, like, standalone thing? Dilapidated Circuits is your vibe! We're here for it. 100%. Also, hi, Bunno! Let's get the thing. Hello! Tenbaum!
You see, this is why I must fight Sophia.
How's it going?
She is using my new little ones for...
Burial at Sea is one of the, like, words. I haven't done the DLC for Infinite yet because I didn't have, it wasn't available to me when I, like, first played it.
We must talk citizens.
But when I purchased the bundle on Steam, I think I got all the DLCs with it. So I do want to do Infinite on stream at some point, and I would love to check out the DLCs with everyone if folks are up for that.
And as family,
So
we
yeah.
must tear out its jaw and drive it back into the sea.
Nice. Okay, cool.
Men will
Really appreciate all that tie-in.
Please hold back the splicers until we escape.
I love... Okay. I really appreciate, like, all this attention to timeline detail, A, that you have, but also that the game has, like, put into everything. It's neat. I like it. Is it F? Okay, let's... Get out of here, buddy. Look, I never said that Bioshock 2 was a bad game. I just said it was my least Get out of my way, man! Oh my god! This lady over here, body blocking me. Get out of here. I'm hoping that as I play through it again now, that I have a better appreciation for it. Cause yeah, like I said, I only played it the once and it was years ago. I was a baby gamer at that point. At the ripe young age of 16, 17. Baby gamer. Whoa, hey. If we could not do that, that would be cool. Is it? Nope. That's console commands. Not what I wanted. There it is. Alright. That's not where I wanted to shoot that, but okay. Long range accurate, close range melee. I'm an ammo hog. Melee and ammo hog, honestly. I like getting up close and personal and just beating the shit out of everyone.
Thank you.
But
Now I must
also,
leave you, and I am sorry
guns
for
blazing,
this,
because I'm very
but
bad at aiming.
There are others I must help before it gets petered out. This man Sinclair, he is an ally.
It's all
and he'll
about
guide
it's all
you to
about the
Eleanor.
drill.
Goodbye, Herr Delta.
Weapon spoilers I don't mind so much, especially since this is a game that I have experienced before.
Look at you. A bona
Hi,
fide
Sinclair.
knight in armor, complete
Forgot
with
about
iron
this man.
horse. The name's Augustus Sinclair Sport, Esquire.
But I want
Old
that.
Tannenbaum and I share an interest in the old Fontaine building, the very same place you'll find Eleanor land. I think you and I can do business.
Drill machine
Take
gun
the train
grenade
to Ryan
launcher.
Amusements.
That
I'll
sounds.
see you shortly.
Oh, I guess a decent enough build for the kind of gameplay that I like. Again, it's one of those. I don't know. Spear launcher. I might give that a try. I'm at the point in my. Hello, you're so loud, game. Holy shit. Why are you always so screamy at me all of the time? I'm definitely like, especially now that I stream regularly, I try to like approach games slightly differently than I normally would, because it's nice, especially with ones that I have experienced before. It's nice to kind of find other ways to go about playing your dang game, you know? So we might try some other stuff. We might try spear launcher. We'll see. I'm just stoked to be here and experience games with folks.
The station here is iced over. To reach Eleanor
Yeah, he do. Yeah, he do.
We'll have to clear the way. Now, in order to melt that ice, you'll need a plasmid like a handful of hellfire.
Sinclair has the kind of voice that I would listen to, just like read me like recipes or instructions. Just find me like an instruction manual and I will listen to Sinclair read that. Thank you, buddy. It doesn't have to be anything interesting or riveting. I just want to hear that voice. That lovely southern drawl that he's got going on. Okay, and I can't turn this on just yet, and that's okay. We got some items. That is oil. Are we getting our fire stuff now? Sinclair is the narrator you hope to get in a free audiobook. Absolutely. I can think of some books that I would love to hear him read. Honestly, if I could get somebody with Sinclair's voice to read some of the, like, some of those academic horror books that I like, it'd be very good. Had to rank all the weapons. You'd say first to last: a spear launcher, shotgun, rivet gun, machine gun, drill, and grenade launcher. Oh, did this voice actor pass away? Tragic. Rip Sinclair's voice actor. I mean, can't all live forever, right? Sucks though. Cancer? Rough. Rough.
You're a rare old model, son. Alpha series, I believe. Now, Rapture's full of scientific wonderments just like you. And if we can sell them to the world at my price, well,
only
curing
68.
your condition ought to be a cakewalk. Once we find Eleanor, the sky's the limit.
Can't get in there. Can't. Also, now that's very quiet. There's no good... If this is Deadly Premonition all over again. I will never find a decent sound for all of this. Kitty cat, please. Also, that's rude. That's extremely rude. There are 18 upgrades and only 14 machines. I mean, we definitely have to go with, like, drill upgrades. Rivet gun, maybe, but that's a lot of accuracy. I do want that shotgun. I want to get that shotgun, and I want to be able to... We haven't had any issue with drill fuel. Yeah, I like the rivet gun, but there is so much. We'll get damage. No cast, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. We'll do damage for the time being, and then efficiency because I want this, but I want this. Reflector plate is an ammo waster. What is it? What does it do? The reflector. Also, this is fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. My brain's going off in like 20 different directions, and that's okay. Sometimes it be like that.
The likes of which no man has seen.
Now
all I do is watch over it like a grizzled
sheepdog. Oh, okay.
Mechanical puppets made the children here cool with wonder.
Right, just move out of the way.
Antiquated, he said.
Consider moving out of the way.
But instead, he turned it into a school. No, a cathedral. Dedicated to himself.
That's the wrong button. Great, we did it. We did it. Just a bunch of children in a room, just pretending to be I was gonna say chickens. I meant pigeons. So much cooing.
Jam dandy. That'll get you in the park. But
Jam dandy.
It's gonna cost Adam. It's a sort of genetic
What?
glue that lets you
Okay,
rewrite
hi.
whatever God gave you.
What are you doing?
The little sisters carry the stuff, as
Sorry,
you
I've got
may
a little
recall,
cat
so
yelling
you'll
at me.
need to locate one. I heard whispering
dandy.
near the El Dorado Lounge. Have a look.
Perfect. Beautiful. Sinclair is pretty alright. Excuse? No, that's mine! Give me that! Gib! Sorry. I was very excited about gun! Gib gun!
Listen up! Choppers! Get yourself hid! No fuck-ups this time!
Did they just say Daddy's home? Sounded like they said Daddy's home. Oh, hello. This is fine, I'm sure. I shouldn't have blown me up while doing that, but you know, that's okay. Sir. Sir. Is it me or Sinclair they're talking about then? What, which one of us? Who's home? You gotta be more clear here. They're watching stream. They saw my title, and they were like, oh, it's official. Daddy's home.
I am Andrew Ryan.
Okay.
Welcome to Ryan Amusement.
I'm also... I am still trying to, like, figure out if the way that the controls are mapped at the moment are what works for me. That, and also just trying to remember what everything does. In today's dangerous times, it never hurts to be a little faster. Remember, you don't have to outrun the crazed Splicer. Just your neighbor. Beautiful. Oh, we zoom in. Oh, we zoom in! Woo! Okay. Good. My machine gun and my drill are right next to each other. Oh, no, 100%. Absolutely Andrew Ryan looks like Walt Disney. Absolutely. a little not John Waters and Walt Disney together. Oh no. Oh no. I did that bad. Not me trying to go for the blue. Listen. I can do this, right? There we go. I did it. We did it. Do I need any ammo? It sounds so horrifying. Do I need any of these? First aid would probably be good. Are they really? Oh, it could either be really, really good or really, really bad. The way that Netflix tends to do things. I know that HBO is, I think it's HBO at least, are working on The Last of Us, which I think most people at this point know. I heard there was another game franchise that they were looking at, that Netflix was looking at, that wasn't Bioshock. HBO Max might have Has-Been Hotel. Oh. It might be Borderlands. It might not be, though. I don't remember what it is. But yeah, I mean, Bioshock is, like, would be perfect for a series. Hey. But, like, yeah, I'm also concerned that they're gonna ruin it. Ma'am, I need you to not do what you're doing. Thank you. I'll have to poke around at some of my tweets or some of my liked stuff and figure out what it was. But yeah, there was like another series that I like really, really liked that I think they were looking at doing. And it Netflix either tends to do like a really great job or a really shitty job. And I don't know how I feel about it. Alright, get out of here! Stop hurting me. Please and thank you. How much is that puppy in the window?
So, you think you're getting out of here?
there are subtitles for that as well. Why? Not Eric. We don't talk about that absolute disaster here. Oh my god, sorry. I remember being so... All the dialogue subtitles are on. Game. When we ask for subtitles, I mean subtitles for everything that talks. I remember being very excited about that movie. I was like... I'm doing this wrong. There we go. I was a baby, though, when it came out. Probably, like, I don't know. But, I was so disappointed coming out of the theater. As a child, went and saw it and was like, that was absolute shit. Hi! Ma'am? Ruda? Bad. Terrible book rendition. Adaptation. Words. Things. What's this say?
I know the surface, Eleanor. I spent half a lifetime there, in service of the common good.
Yeah.
But then, I heard my own words twisted by fat old men squatting over the embers of Hiroshima. Were the modern world a patient in my care, I would
Before we all found out, before it was active knowledge that JK was a TERF, I liked the Harry Potter movies up until Azkaban. After that, I just felt like they didn't do a great job. Yeah, that was just me. We're gonna do this. We're gonna shoot up, and then I'm gonna pick that up. But now we all know. Now we all know that J.K. Rowling is a piece of shit.
Each of us has a moral duty to
And so, any and all Harry Potter IP, off limits for me. For me, at least. We don't support that kind of shit here.
Engines of self-interest.
Jeremy Irons was the only redeeming quality? Fair enough.
We transcend the self.
Will eternity be hot or cold?
Not a shouty teen. Not a shouty teen. Get out of here, ma'am. Get out of here. I can make all that stuff at home. Butterbeer? Easy.
After initial supplies have been brought to the seafloor,
I'm gonna activate all of these and not listen to any of them. These do look really cool, though. I think I'm just salty that there are no subtitles for any of them. So we'll just make it miserable for those of us who can hear it. And it's gonna be great. You're gonna love it, actually. Oh, I have fallen down again. That's fine. I know that they want me to go somewhere. That's fine, but I did want to look for everything. That sounds about right.
Until you arrive, Father, I'm
Hi,
trapped
Eleanor.
here. Smuggling these gifts out is the most I can do to help.
Yeah? Okay. I'm a-comin'. I'm a-comin', baby! It's gonna be great. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, I mean, don't give more money than you gotta, you know? Drill does more damage when you spin or swing it! Let's go. Let's go. Can we get more money? I appreciate that it seems fairly easy to get cash in this one. I remember always being, like, short of money in the first one. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh my god. I'm prepared for a difficult fight. Okay, let's go. I did it too soon. I'm still trying to do them early. Because Evil Within has trained me.
Now that Big Daddy won't bite until you do. But to
I
get
know.
to Lil Sis, you gotta put the old boy down for good.
But I But I wanna... Okay. I don't have very many health items, so that's a bit upsetting. That's not health, but I will take ammo. There we go. Woo! Hello, buddy! This is fine. This is fine. This is completely normal and fine. Ah! Buddy, I need you to stop slamming into me, okay? There we go.
Take a breath, son. You did it. Now, just let her ride on your shoulders and she'll trust you like her own daddy.
First try! Hi, BB.
Are we gonna be together again?
We got her. We got her.
We're in business.
We got
There are
her.
corpses all over Rapture, and little Dimples there can sniff out the atom on 'em.
Little
Find
Dimples? Child acquired. Gotta reload. Also... Where are we going? Sorry. Oh. Oh, well, before we do that... Ma'ams?
Daddy, over there.
This way. This way. I see. I understand. Not your dancing name.
She's got a juicy one.
Okay.
But when she starts draining
Don't
out the atom, the splashers
call it juicy.
will come running.
Please don't
Be
call it
ready
juicy.
before you set her down on that body.
Oh, that's the wrong button. That's also not... I wanted you to be like this. But that's too far over. I'm really glad I can just pick these back up. If we... I mean, this'll work. I guess. This works too. And then... put a couple there. And a couple there.
Just
and
put
maybe...
her right down on that corpse.
No. Listen. I'm plotting and prepping and planning. Sinclair, I need you to understand that I have to be prepared for any and all terrible things that are going to come for us. Get that, Adam. Let's go!
That is a child of the family. Not a toy for you to exploit and discard.
You can, but I think they have to, like, walk directly over them.
One more forgotten in Ryan's
So I kind of want them to be able to just cover an area.
Here they come. Keep
No,
the
I understand.
splicers
Splicers
off
are
her
coming.
until she's finished, or they'll never give up the hunt.
Ridiculous! Why not?
Maybe we will rivet it up. Oh, that's the wrong one. Please, 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 please. Are you back here still? Yeah, you are. This is fine.
Now you know the stakes, son. But a plasmid costs a bit more atom yet. Keep
Okay,
it up.
we did it. This is fine. So yeah, you can put the trap rivets down so that it acts like a landmine. However, they have to walk. I think there like is a bit of a proximity for them, but they have to be closer to them than if I just set them on a wall. And it worked. And it worked well. We did fine. They are longer than they are wide. This is correct. Let's buy one of those. Get your food, stars! We'll be here if you decide to come back. Thanks for hanging out. We appreciate you. We'll get one of those. I didn't need to buy those rivets, but that's okay. And then we'll top off on those. Oh. I forgot that it'll give me extras sometimes. That's cool. Okay. I do hear people stomping around up here. Nice! Hey, well, like I said to Stars, I appreciate you being here and hanging out. Enjoy your multiplayer stuff. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out and giving us all this extra info about this game. I really appreciate that. I like lore. I like information. Where? Okay. I think that's everyone.
Adam is here.
Y'all. Okay. Next body. Gotta go get the next body.
Why, hello there. My name is Andrew Ryan. I built the city rapture for children just like you, because the world above had become unfit for us. But here,
We've also been streaming for about an hour and a half. We might take a short break so I can use the restroom. Alright, I did notice the golf club back there. Hello? We got an achievement for that. Called 9 Irony. Beautiful. It's a little, hello? I do love this drill a lot. Oh, it's very good. Okay, we'll get through this section and then we'll probably take a short break so I can stretch. Take my pain meds because I forgot to do that before stream. Use the restroom. That would be a good time for everyone else to get up. Also stretch. Take your medications if you haven't. Get a snack, get some water. Do all that good stuff.
I think all of the children have finally fallen asleep.
Hi,
Now
Nina.
that the park is all quiet, I can't sleep myself. I guess it's just you and me, Mr. Voice Recorder. You, me,
Get out of here,
1959.
leadhead.
I wonder what the
Boop,
new year
boop, boop, boop.
What was that?
You were going to hear me try and just spam pick everything up constantly.
Sleeping bag. It's gonna be fine.
Because I want to make sure I have everything. All of the time. Give me those. Let's go ahead and heal up here. And yeah, let's pause. Let's pause real fast, take a quick break. I'll put up some words on stream for y'all. Since you seem to like that. You seem to like that thing that we do there. We'll be back in about 2 to 5 minutes. We'll see. We'll see how long it takes me. But yeah, we'll be right back. didn't mean to go to the game, but hey! Good try, y'all. That one was hard. I thought I was being so smart with economy and then literally saw nothing else after that. Alright. Let's do the thing. Yes, hold on. I have a cat in my lap. Lamia is here now. She demands attention. Look at her. Look at this silly little kitty cat right here. With their little white belly. Hi! Can I hold your feetsies so you're supported? Is this acceptable? She cares not for my nonsense. She looks so mad. Hi! Are we cool? Are you fine with just sitting in my lap? Is that acceptable? I need to scoot around a little bit, Lamia. You gotta let me move a little bit, okay? Okay. Thanks. She's over here yelling at me the whole time. Being like, pay attention. It's like, hey, Lamia. You're extremely needy. All of the time. No, you don't get to be on the desk. You get to stay over here. You get to sit in my lap. And nowhere else, okay? Yeah. Alright. Hi, Luna! Thank you for the contribution to the alien stream. 95% of the way there, and I think we got 8 days left on it? Y'all got it. Y'all better start acting. Getting it done. Yeah, hi friend, how's it going? How are you doing? Not the arms. Oh, sorry, I've got cat fur on my face now. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Luna. What if I just... No more heads. If we did it to Andrew Ryan, we gotta do it to all of them too. No heads. None heads. Nah. I'm sorry work's been wacky. It sounds like it's kind of being that way for a lot of people right now. I wanted to calm down for all of you. I would like for work, in all of its forms, to chill out and stop being mean to my friends. So no head? I would jump and break a skateboard, but all I have are cats, and I would like to not break them. I love that vine, though. Known fact, I just love vines. I definitely made an It's Wednesday My Dues reference earlier. My dad came upstairs. I was like asking like what was going on or what today is and what's happening, and I was just like, it's a Wednesday, my dudes, and he just stared at me. He's like, what? Don't worry about it, Dad. It's fine. It's fine. It's true though. Cats do jump on you. No jump on cats. Cats jump on you.
Gotta stay strong.
Tom's tobacconist.
Workshop surrounded by those whaling brats, trying to beat their way in. They want my
We found the thing.
They want it all. But I got a plan.
We did it bad.
Transport sub that's been rusting in the maintenance bay. Then I'm gonna get out of this hole. These animals want
why?
They can have it.
Is this being so difficult for me? And why did I pick that up? Oh my gosh. There we go. Yeah, I wanted that upgraded damage. What is here? Before we start gathering... Hello! Get out of here. But yeah, before we start harvesting, I want to see what's going on over here. Ma'am, I think you're okay. Hey, I think you need to chill out. lady. Just for a minute, okay? Just take a second to breathe. Consider what's going on. Just center yourself and relax. Like I got a cream-filled cake from that toolbox? It's fine. This is fine and normal.
Rapture is a paradise of the ego, Eleanor. Under Ryan, the voices of an entire city sing the virtues of greed and pride. But truth, rather, is in the body. Already they grow weary of struggling against one another in fruitless competition. Observe the bent back, the drawn faces. Ryan promises.
Excuse you. You don't get to jump out of the way.
What shall we now believe?
Rhoda.
It is our task to answer.
Okay, this is just further on, so let's go back and get the atom out of that body. And also maybe... Sorry, Lamia's curled up in my lap and is just very content and it makes me very happy.
Angel.
Yeah, I know. You can wait a second though, honey. Okay. Okay. Do I need any ammo? We're good on those. We're good on those. Hey, are you scooting a little bit? Is that better? Hi. Sorry. Heavy rivets. We got a lot of those. We're pretty alright on everything. I don't think we need to purchase anything right now. Great. I love that for me. Would like to do that thing that we did last time, where we set up a bunch of trap rivets. I think that would be nice. You know? Just kind of like help limit the numbers of terrible splicers that are gonna bother us, right? I know that this is... I don't even want to call this cheap. I feel like this is how you're supposed to use them, right? This is it. This is it right here. Maybe we'll put some right here as well. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Game, I don't need hints. Is that... That's the body.
Daddy, let's get it.
Let's get it. Let's go, kiddo.
I hate you, Delta. Indeed, I care for you in equal measure to any other sentient creature. But I cannot sacrifice 1,000 of my children for one rebellious son.
Ouch! Why have you all hit me so hard? I don't understand! Okay, this is fine. Yeah! Stop! Stop! Leave her alone! Leave her alone! Ah, we're almost there though! I'm dying. I'm dead. This is how we die. Yep, okay. That's unfortunate. I was out of health packs.
I'm always safe with Dad.
I don't know about that, child. This is fine. We're so close. That's okay. We still have our thing, right? Still got our turret. We have more money. I am a little more... I don't know if I'm more healed than I was before, but, you know, that's fine. I can hack these, though, can't I? Okay. Okay. No, this is great. We are more healed than we were before, or we will be, at the very least. And there should be... Is there a Circus of Value around here anywhere? Didn't we pass one earlier? Welcome to the Circus of Value. Circus, please? Please, Circus? Consider! Let me spend my money! Doesn't want to. It says no. Unacceptable. Terrible. Horrible, even. Okay, well, Circus of Value doesn't exist. We imagined the whole thing. Hey, bud, can you jump over? Nope? Okay. We're a little too beefy for that, I understand. We're fine. We got Lamia in our lap. We do have the health station, which is not quite what we were hoping for, but it is something. There's nothing up there, is there? It's also a little unfortunate because it seemed like our trap rivets just sort of didn't work. That's not what I wanted to do. So maybe we'll only put one in each section? Because it looked like it just sort of set them all off at the same time, which sucked. But hey. And we'll do one there. One there. And maybe one here for good measure. That's all of those.
See, Angel? Daddy wasn't leaving.
Oh my god, sorry. I have cat fur all over my face right now. Okay. This is a little better, I think. We're prepared to do this time.
You watches over sleeping angels? I do.
Precious babies. Give me that first aid kit.
I'm a good girl.
Hey, we were just
God, they hit very hard.
That child, you monster!
Gotta keep an eye on my health. Please go away. Please go away. Nope. Nope. I'm stuck in a corner. Damn it. I was gonna head back. Hold on. Lamia, I can't have you sitting in my lap, baby. Nobody puts daddy in a corner. I just want to snuggle my kitty cat. But she puts my legs to sleep. Can I sit you on the couch? Is that okay? Yeah? Okay. You're gonna go sit on the couch. No, don't get even more comfortable on my arm. I love you so much. I love both of you so dang much. But you're so dang needy. Hold on. Would you like a treaty? Shall I give you a treaty? Here. Oh, that's far too many. Oh no, I've given you too many. Don't eat all those! There you go. That's a better amount. Okay, well this sucks a little bit.
Daddy, are you taking me home too?
Maybe what we'll do is press ahead, see if we can find a Circus of Value. Alright. Get some health kits that way. Come back, then do it. So we have to come back anyhow to go back to where we started, right? So maybe, I mean, it does have all the oil on the floor. Maybe I should wait until I get the new plasmid. Consider we get the new plasmid first. Is there anything in here? None.
The scientist invests the power of his mind in a single miraculous idea and naturally begins to rise above his fellows. But the parasites say no. Discovery must be regulated, it must be controlled, and finally, surrendered.
Discovery should be for everybody! Surprise, I'm a parasite.
An artist strives to frame his ideals in an image, to challenge his audience and make his vision immortal. But the parasites say...
Do you think Andrew was just scared of big hands?
Serve the cause. Your ideals endanger the people.
What do you want with her? Hello?
That cough, though. Hello? Hi? Hello? Man says hello. Oh! Whoa! I missed! It's fine. Everything is fine here. Everything is fine. I almost messed that up. And again, I don't think we really need anything. Trap rivets. I mean, we need some trap rivets. That's all I'll purchase from there, though. In case I find some more. Let's go ahead and hack this bad boy. Maybe we... That was on the green! Oh my goodness. It's fine. Everything is fine. That was on the green, though. Despite what it said. Okay. We've been this way. Did we just... I mean, we looped around, obviously, but was there anything else over there? Maybe that remote hack. Maybe we haven't been over here. Hello? Where am I? Open? Things? Okay. Lamia has settled back onto the couch. Or is settling back onto the couch. Hi! No! Can I search you and then hack you, maybe? Hey, consider working for me. This seems great, actually. That was far too many times. Great! Well, now we have 2 little drones, a lot more ammo. We still need some, health kits, but that's okay, because we got a Circus of Value here now. Boop. Oh, I can't carry any more of those. That's fine. I am gonna buy as many as I possibly can. That's just how that goes. Okay. this is where we take the little sister once we're done with her, right? Excuse me. Give me the money. Give me the money. Money, 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 money. Money. What else have we got around here? You know what? With the 3 bots... No, I should still finish. I should just do what we said we were gonna do. Which was complete the area. And then do all the little sister stuff. Is this the right way? No. In fact... It is the wrong way. Understood. Give me your fucking money! Yeet. Can't. I have nothing to throw. Just imagine me throwing something, though.
On the surface, your parents sought a private life, using
Where's the hand? Where's the hand coming from?
They learned to twist the lies.
There it is! It's right in front of me. No!
He will go to war and die for the nation.
The way that animatronic wiggled. Horrible. Awful, even. Can I... Hey, Andrew. Want to let me climb your parasite hand? F-L-L.
2 weeks at my last count. 2 weeks since we were trapped in this rotten park.
Oh.
I haven't been eating. The children need all the supplies we've got left. Need them more than I do. I don't know what's gonna happen. I can feel myself getting weaker. The children have noticed the condition I'm in, of course. What will happen once I'm gone? I'll be all alone.
Sad. I did try to jump there and it just said no, absolutely not. That's a bit tragic. Upgrade! Drill fuel efficiency. Rivet gun clip size. Machine gun damage increase. Machine gun recoil reduction. I kind of want that reduction, but the damage would be awesome too. But if I have less recoil, then I'm more likely to hit. So what is this? High density electrical field prevents shots from breaking up on first impact, causing them to ricochet. Okay. Alright. Again, I don't use the charged drill very often. I should use it more, but we're not really running into an issue of not having enough fuel. So, machine gun damage or recoil reduction? Let's do recoil reduction.
Even Daddy's toys have toys.
Sorry, that was really cute. Why are they so dang cute? Oh my god, bots. Get out of here.
I met with Sinclair today of Sinclair Solutions. It's this pseudo-legal firm he set up to take problems Ryan doesn't want to admit he has, and make them...
I am gonna buy one more of those.
Front pages of the Tribune with stories about this fella. If he wasn't paying me not to. And he's got work for me, right? I ask what? And he flashes me these $1,000 Steinman teeth saying this job will, quote, change history.
Sinclair buddy. Hiya. Oh my god, security bots! I need you to move! Also, was that a delayed me getting drunk situation? It's fine, I'm sure. Okay, let me in. Let me in! Oh, 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 oh. Helps to jump to get over things. Can we... There we go. I do love the ragdolling in this game. It's very good. Where are the bots going off to? Hey! Oh, those were the bots set off by the alarm. I see. I understand. Secrets.
Third session today with this amazing limey shrink, Dr. Sophia Lamb. She said that all Ryan's horse shit about always looking out for number one is turning us little guys against each other.
Yeah.
What we need
Imagine
is
that.
unity, solidarity. Then, she held up a mirror. Turns out, I wear my hair and mustache just like Ryan. So today, I'm spreading the word about Lamb.
I thought he was gonna say spreading his part.
I'm shaving my whole stupid head.
That works too, I guess. Okay, there's nothing in there. It's just people being mad at Ryan, which, understandable. It's bad there. Hello? That's only mildly horrifying. Animatronics, yo. Creep. Can't go down there. Great. Give.
I know
Give.
this facility is vital to the preservation of secrecy and rapture.
Potential friend.
Seeing myself
Potential friend.
transformed into that lurching, waxen nightmare. Do children truly respond to this? Still, I spoke to a young man exiting the park after the grand opening, asking him what, if anything, he had learned here. He said his chores didn't seem so bad anymore, as long as Mother wouldn't send him to the surface.
Well, dang. Okay, give me... Drink to your health with Booze Hound. Drink alcohol restores a small amount of E rather than draining it. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah! Not that I need to chug all of those right now.
I've got a little dating tip for you, Jimbo.
Yeah, it is
It'll get
delayed.
you out of that
Weird.
Lonely Hearts Club for good. This scheme works 100% at a time, guaranteed. First,
Okay,
find
great.
some Betty and take her to Ryan Amusements. Then, you'll go to the gift shop, buy her a teddy bear. This is key. I ain't kidding around.
Oof.
Then, you'll buy her a ticket on Journey to the Surface. As soon as you hit that first scare, bingo! Tunnel of love.
Sir. Sir. That's not how we do things around here. Okay. Let's go take care of that. No, well, we can't. We can't take care of the body yet because I didn't get the... You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. We're gonna take care of the body. We're gonna get us some Adam. Because we got 2 buddies with us now, right? Plus this buddy, who I think might actually be broken. Get me out of here. I think he might be broken. That's a little upsetting. But we are full up on... Okay, maybe we do put multiples here. I mean, he can still be friend. This is accurate and true. We still love him. He's our good friend. I know that these are all gonna get used up, and I am willing to accept that. This is fine, because this is all I use these for. Is traps, right? Oops. Pick that one up. That one's at a weird angle. Okay.
Adam, Daddy, right here.
No, I see. Alright. Let's go ahead and try! Let's go!
Poor little girl. She's helpless.
You ain't her real dad. Oh, great. Fine. Hide from me, Dad.
Sunshine. You deranged fool. At least read our Pam.
This is going much better. Also, our little turret buddy is still around. Good for him. This is great. Hi, Kim. How is it going? Thank you, thank you, thank you. We do what we can to make our hair as perfect as possible all of the time. Oh, hold on a second. Saw a TF2 comment over there. Am I an engineer now? Let's go, baby! How's it going, little Kim? How are you doing?
To get the rest, you'll have to
TF2
take
the
care of
engineer.
that
Yep.
sister.
Yep.
There should be one of the air vents they favor in the
Absolutely.
workshop. Bring her down there.
Okay, we gotta collect as much stuff as possible. There are lots of rivets here that I can't really collect or use. Drill fuel as well. Good, I'm glad that it's going well. We are doing some wild, wacky nonsense. It's very exciting. Our poor little buddies are hurting. I do like the rivet gun, we'll say. Okay. Yeah, let's get out of here. Ooh. I've not heard of, well, I think I've heard of the show, but I'm not familiar with it. I hope that dinner goes well, though, and that you have a good time hanging out with your friend. This is good stuff to do. Here for it.
Rapture has been our test problem.
Where are we going? Arrow, where are you pointing me? Hey, Arrow! Where are you taking me? Is the show about space mining? Mining in space. Oh, okay.
Now, Tannenbaum would have you turn that sister human again. You'll get just enough Adam for our purposes, and the girls will likely try to repay you somehow.
Sinclair.
But Rapture's a high-stakes town, son.
Sinclair.
And she is a jackpot. You
Sinclair.
just have to be willing to take it all. You'll harvest more Adam than the price of one plasmid, so the rest is great. Think about it. Down here, it's your survival or
We're not gripping and ripping a little sister, okay? We're gonna save her. We have to. We're gonna rescue. I'm not gonna do a Dracula. We're doing a rescue. Always doing a rescue. I've done... not in this one.
Well, our Tin Man had a heart all along.
But in the first one, like,
I call
I
that a liability, but
almost
you have
exclusively
enough Adam now.
do
Barely. Head
rescue
to the Hall of the
runs.
Future and splice
Because
up
I
with
can't.
Incinerate.
I've done it. I have done... I at least once have harvested all the little sisters in the first game, but I don't like it. Look, even I'm not that much of a monster, alright? I have the line that I don't cross.
My heirlooms
Oh, this is an issue. Oh, this is an issue. This is a problem. Okay, it's actually not that big of an issue. Mostly it's just a matter of like, little girls didn't have a choice in becoming little sisters. I don't want to do that to them. Tenenbaum is trying to make things better. Oh, see, Renegade Renegade is usually how I go in Mass Effect. I'm all here for kicking people out of windows and being a shithead. It's true, I am more a monster than a monster. Accurate, though. It's just, I don't know, I love the little sisters, and it's not their fault they're the way they are. I'm not gonna punish them for that. But also, everyone in Mass Effect is such a fucking dweeb. This coming from somebody who adores Mass Effect. We did, Birdie and I are playing through the trilogy right now. We've gotten through the second game. Give me this. We got through the second game recently. Nope, that's what I want to do. That hack it? Nope, because I hit the wrong button. Because I've hit the wrong button.
So, you would drain
I've done this so bad.
Life's blood. Rapture is
This
a
is fine.
body. I am the voice, and Big Sister is
Why is that not working? There it is.
When Rapture speaks of you, it says only this. Sleep now. Your
Okay, there we go.
day is done.
Why didn't those first couple of ones work? Whatever. But yeah, Fruity and I are playing through the Mass Effect trilogy. We got through 2, and what I am noticing as I am officially doing a Paragon run in those with Gorbino Shepard, is that Renegade's not nearly as, I mean, it's bad. It's not great. But Paragon's also not great. There are plenty of times where some of the choices that Shepard makes through Paragon are extremely questionable. It's fine, though. We love it. We're here for it.
For these men, Rapture has no walls. We must find a method of conditioning them against abandonment of the little
2 is my favorite of the series. 1 is mechanically more fun, I think. 2 is very good. I think 1 also just has like a better baddie as a whole. I don't know. I would have to stop and actually like think about how I want to say any and all of this. But I love 2, mostly because Thane's in it, and Thane is my boy. Fucking love Thane. Any chance I get, I will always woo Thane. My boy. Yeah, I think 2 has a better cast of characters, but 1 mechanically and story-wise is a little better. I mean, yeah, no, they're definitely both cop choices. Yeah, no, big agree on that. The Legendary Edition is what we're playing through, but having played 1 a few times with the original, it is a lot nicer now, which we appreciate. It was good. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. Still enjoy it. Can you not, sir? Listen, I'm trying to talk to my friends about a game, and you're interrupting me, and that's really fucking rude of you. Alright. Consider not being a jerk. You have all these things, and I've already purchased all my stuff. I would like that Eve upgrade. And I would like the extra nutrition. I would also like the careful hacker. Just planning ahead. Can I pick up any of these? Nope. Nope. No heavy rivets for me. Understood. Okay, let's get out of here. We don't need to be in here anymore. But yeah, I love Mass Effect. Oh, she angry. Well, she can be mad. Let the big sister be mad. Ooh, I'm gonna hack you. Let me hack you. I do want to top off on those because we know I'm very bad at this. Known fact, I am terrible at aiming or dodging. I will get hurt. Why was I sliding in there? Excuse you? This seems incorrect. Oh. Can we just not? No, I have to. Okay, I do have to hurt her a lot here. Oh, this is a bit of an issue. I don't want to get ready. I would like to leave, game. I'm not ready to take the big sister on. Listen. I might be a big daddy, but I'm also a big softie. Get me out of here. Listen. We're bad at this, okay? Just non-stop screaming. Ma'am. Consider not. Where is she? There she is. Whoop. We got another health kit. That's great. We love that for me. Shock her. Get her out of here. She had, like, no health. Okay. Give me that, Adam. Give me that health.
Holy Moses, son. Not even a big sister can keep you down. Well, come on back and melt the ice and we can say goodbye to this 2-bit carny ride.
Can do. Heal me up. Also, we're just gonna shoot that off. That noise is so bad. Oh. Okay. Well, it only took us like 2 tries to take care of her. I was still convinced that I couldn't kill her just yet. But it's fine. We did it. I couldn't come in here before, could I? I want to finish looking at all the stuff, finding all the things. Wait, we have been in here. But were there more things here for us? Possibly? Welcome to the circus of value. That's all I'm going to say ever anymore during this entire playthrough that we do. I'm also trying to think. I mean, we're gonna play for a while longer, but I don't think we'll finish this today. Even though I plan on streaming for a good long bit. An extended amount of time. Give me that. So we'll probably... You gotta be so wiggly? That was a weird way for you to wiggle, bud. So if we're enjoying this, we'll probably finish it next week. I think I am, like, I know this is only the second day that we've done it, right? But I think I am generally just enjoying the fewer streams but longer streams thing that we've got set up here. I also am just, like, super pumped this week, as I've stated many a times. Hey, stop shooting me! Ouch! I am just excited this week because Elden Ring. What is this noise that she's making? Can you stop throwing bombs at me? Thanks.
Oh, yeah. Hide. I'll find you.
I'm not hiding. Not really. I'm here, buddy. Come find me. I wasn't here.
Each of us has a moral
Right.
duty to increase the common joy and ease the common pain.
Not punch me. Consider less hitting, more dying. I also need to stop leaning forward.
We transcend the self.
I have to keep my dang shoulders back. Because that is one reason why my shoulder keeps hurting. Is to keep rolling them forward. Because I'm like, that's gonna make it feel better. It's not, though. Might temporarily, but it's gonna make it worse in the long run. Okay, let's get out of here. Because we did the little sister that's here, right? We got her. We saved her. She's handled. Not even an issue. Everything is fine.
Ryan saw the individual as a hero,
So let's
a noble survivor, and
get out of here.
was his paradise.
We'll buy a couple of
A
those.
shrine to the supremacy of the self.
Wow, wow, wow.
Slavery, genocide, chaos. Now that the tyrant is dead, we are a true collective, a single family.
Lamb, I get what you're trying to say, and I get what you're trying to do, but you're doing it a little wrong. Just a touch incorrect. Okay. It's not where we need to be just yet. We need to come over here and do this. That music was horrifying.
Outstanding, sport. You're proving to be quite a windfall. Now just open the train tunnel from the security booth there, and I'll come out and jump on.
Get on out here, buddy! I'm not allowed to leave. Hi, Sinclair! Hi, bud.
I like to look a man in the eye when I give him my word. You and me, kid. We're going places.
Hey, can I?
I had thought you some golem of Sinclair's, brought here to hold Rapture's arms while he rifles through her pockets.
Hi.
But no, you are aware of your plight. Who, I wonder, would be so cruel to force a mirror on a man with no face?
Okay, well, can I?
Lem was waiting for us. Come out shooting and start the train.
Gotcha, bud. Look. Be nice to me. Sometimes you just gotta set some folks on fire. Listen, I'm gonna need you to stop what you're doing. Okay. I need that to be more powerful. I have set these men on fire and they are not dying. That's an issue. I have a problem with that. Okay, it's time to get on the train. Let's go. Yeah, I've done everything. Again, I'm not necessarily gonna go for like a 100% complete run or anything like that. I do want to try and rescue all the little sisters, if that's at all possible. But even that I'm not entirely sold on. Oh god, excuse me. I'm just here to vibe. I haven't played this game in ages, and I'm just happy to be re-experiencing it, honestly. Yeah. I need to continue to drink liquids. Reminder to everyone to hydrate. Also, my poor chapped lips. Okay. Oh, wait. That's not a Big Daddy. Just a kindly reminder, you don't gotta do nothing that you don't wanna, but it's highly recommended that you hydrate.
Remember, the enemy is alone. We are the family.
Gangsters.
Lab's trying to box us in, kid. This is a goddamn citywide lockdown. To keep the train moving, you need the security override key from the local governor, Grace Holloway. She kicked me out of my own hotel down here, the Sinclair Deluxe. Find her and get that key.
Yeah, okay, buddy, we can do that. Is there anything? Nothing else in here. Also, we still got, or we have two little sisters that we gotta take care of on this particular level. Great! Give me that money. Give me your fucking money! Boop. Because it's not as much of a pain to do the hacking minigame, I will be hacking everything. I think I more or less hacked most things that we came across the first time that we played, though. Towards the end of the game, we definitely started giving up on that and being like, whatever, I'm gonna spend the extra money, because I couldn't be bothered. But it's so much nicer in this one. So much easier. Doesn't take forever. A lot less stressful. Hey, if you could stop shooting me, I would love that. Thanks. Give me all your garbage. All of your garbage. All of your trash is now mine. That's not what I want to do. I want to do this. And that? In the first one, I kept forgetting that you could pick things up with telekinesis. So I missed a lot of things that way.
I remember you, monster. You
I remember this level.
twisted that baby girl into a thing so sick it can't even die. And now you come swanning into my neighborhood looking for me. Wrong time, Tinty Daddy.
Not necessarily because say it was because it was fun, but it wasn't terrible. I think it just was.
I want you to remember my face.
There is a section at the end that I remember being kind of woof as far as just being overwhelming, but not terrible. I think I mostly just remember Grace's character. Oops. 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 Okay, well I did that bad. Who is shooting me? Stop! Stop shooting me! I didn't mean it! I'm sorry I did it bad! Hello? Where is the shut off? There it is. This is great. Oh! Give me this? I only have 40 though. Plasmid slot would be great. Health upgrade. We need health. We always need health. It's always health that's ruining us. I don't need to mess with the gene bank. Are you gonna shoot him? What are you doing, buddy? Hey! Consider not going after the big daddy. You will die. That was on blue. Give me... We're doing okay. What do vitamins do? Small amount of health. Shall we? Dance. Ouch! There is a little bit of delay between when you hit a button and when it actually does the action. So that's a bit tragic at times. Oh fuck. That's not what I wanted either! Shit! Okay. I thought I healed, but I don't think I had a health pack. I do! Why didn't it? This is terrible. And sad making. Oh god, does it heal up? Please don't be healed. How about I hack you real fast? Where is he? Hey, buddy. You've healed up a little bit. That's unfortunate, but you know what? There we go. Whoa! Hey! You should be dead. I'm sorry. Okay. We're gonna adopt her for a little bit. Just for a bit. Reload. That's fine where it is. I didn't want to do that, but that's okay. I was trying to pick this up. That is one of the bodies that we need, so we might as well, like, do that now? Question mark? Consider potentially, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I think we should do it. What's the worst that happens? We gotta do it again? Where's... There it is.
We found it.
Alright, do your thing.
Family, that monster has taken another of our babies for his own. Tin Daddy is hollow like a jail cell that needs filling, and he will
Tin
never
Daddy?
let her go unless you hunt him down.
Okay. Hey, bud. Hey, little bot buddy. Do you want to do a thing? I just want you to leave me alone. We're almost done. This is fine. Oh! There, that's that. Are you ready to be picked up? I keep panicking that I'm gonna hit the harvest button, even though it's like nowhere near what I'm doing. I just have to double check. I have to make sure I can't accidentally harvest the baby. Let's go. Is that everyone? No one's bothering us? Great! Great! I love that. That's wonderful for us. Give me that. And let's also fill up on that. Gonna buy some rivets. We don't ever really have an issue of not having enough rivets, do we? Hey buddy, do you want to jump? Or you can't. That's glass. Okay, I understand. I see. I understand. We're gonna keep the little sister with us for a while. And if we happen to find the other corpse, no escape. If we happen to find the other corpse that has Adam on it, we'll consider doing it immediately. But we also might just wait a minute, you know? Okay, that just leads us back. Understood!
Pricing says, piss off and die. Take shit.
Well, sport, I guess Gracie's home.
Are we?
But that big lug just dropped half my damn hotel in your way.
It's
now, to
fine,
break
I'm
through
sure.
that mess, I expect you're gonna have to work out how he got so burly.
Oops!
Find yourself a genetic research camera, son. You can pick up any number of tricks from a splicer with one of those. Try the pawn shop downtown.
There it was. I actually don't mind setting off. As long as I know where the shutoff is. I don't mind setting off the alarms, because then I get more bots, you know? I feel like this is a strat. I can only have 2 at a time. Okay. Well, we got another dang bot just sitting over here waiting for us. So that's cool. Just a waiting. Open? Open? Great. I am gonna heal up since there's that first aid in there. Also, gene bank. Not what we need. Not particularly helpful at the moment, but that's okay. Nothing else in there. Corpses. Some Eve. Let's go. Never mind. Can't go through there. I understand. I thought it fell apart further into the room. Apparently not. That's okay. Let's go hang out at the diner. Oh, wait, we have some stuff. Let's... Let's do the Eve upgrade. Probably health and Eve upgrades are what we're gonna, like, focus on with most of the slots, and then the occasional plasmid.
There was a what? She's gonna watch me do your son.
Yeah, buddy. office man. Ridiculous. Not even an issue. Look at him go! I think we're fine. Do I only have the one bot left? Like, did the other explode? I could do this right now.
What do they expect? You keep enough drug stash in this clinic to slice up a rhinoceros. Of course every poor soul in a drop's gonna start beating down your door. It's my job to think up a new key code to keep them out. Seems like every other day now. Nuts. I'll mull it over for a while at the Fishbowl Diner.
Oh, I get it. Okay, so I do kind of want to open that room. So let's go back to the diner real fast. And see if there's a code around there. So I think there was a way to get in, wasn't there? I just hadn't actively acknowledged it yet. Like, how? Buddy, you can get in there. You can do this. Can't do that. What did that say? Oh. Can we not go in? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Oh! Oh!
Daddy?
Hi, hello. Not me, constantly hitting the wrong buttons. Okay, you're mine now. I keep getting confused. Because left click is for my right weapon. And right click is for my plasmids. And that keeps throwing me. Tonic slots. What is this? Hacker's Delight? Ooh. Ooh. I'm gonna replace Sports Boost. I have decided.
My folks lived in the St. Louis Hooverville in 32, and the drop is worse by a mile. Nobody's supposed to live down here. City pissing on us. Never try. Ryan doesn't care, and Fontaine's a damn crook. But Dr. Lamb cares. We're still people to her. She's offering free mental counseling on Sundays. When I go, I get the feeling she's got a plan for Rapture. And for me.
Oh, if I hear Big Daddy. Gonna have to come back for you, buddy. Currently got a friend on my shoulders. .0047. Also shotgun. Also shotgun! Also shotgun! Oh, I love this. Excuse you. I do wish it had more damage. Oh, sometimes it does and other times it doesn't. Maybe I'm just aiming bad. Okay. Well, that was neat. I'm just happy we've got a shotgun. That's extremely exciting for me. Okay, yeah, I think I was just aiming bad.
Eleanor's grown now, baby snatcher.
Even after what you did to her, Dr. Lamb found a way to shape that girl.
Don't worry, I'll come back for you later.
Something holy. She's a daughter to us all. Nobody in Rapture will shelter you now.
Okay, whatever you say.
Gracie's got the wrong idea. You're not responsible for turning Eleanor into a little sister. Big daddies are just slaves, and you only recently broke free.
Great. Okay, let's go take care of that second body. Since we have the means. Gotta let the guy... I move a little faster than it does. Just tragic. Okay. Do your thing!
The monster has taken another of our children, family. He would turn her from us just as he did to Eleanor. Show this thing what befalls the boogeyman when he steps into our garden.
Oh, I don't have any buddies, do I? That's a bit of an issue. Where are they? Ouch! Yeah, come here. Come down here. Ouch! It's a big daddy coming over here.
Use that code you found on the keypad outside the clinic. Should
Yeah,
get you
I will,
up on the
sir.
rooftops.
You gotta hang on. I'm a little busy right now. I can't shoot them. There's a railing in my way. Okay, well, I think they've left. I think they've gone away. That's fine. Hey, kiddo, I need to loot. There we go. I was gonna say, I hope that this is leading me to where I can drop her off. Oh, it's through here. I see. I understand. 0047.
Don't make me carry you.
Shotgun! I'm very excited that we have a shotgun now. Because that is probably a lot of what our upgrades will go towards. Ouch! Stop! Get out of here. Get on in. I think we will wait. I think we'll still wait to collect the second big sister. I'm not prepared or equipped to handle a fight like that right now. Shut. Can't get in. Not allowed. Also, I mean, I could technically just do all of the level requirements and then go about... Can I just sneak up under you? Does that work in this one? It does. Okay, let's do the hacking. Unfortunate. There we go. Trying to think of what was I saying? Right, yeah. We could do. Oh, and that enemy triggered that. Okay, that is mine now. I know I keep messing around with things, but I am gonna customize the keys again. I think I'm gonna switch these. So fire weapon is gonna be my right mouse. And plasmid is gonna be left, because that just makes more sense. At least it does to my brain. But now that I've switched it, I'll definitely, like, screw it up. Immediately remember what the controls originally were. It's fine. Okay. Can we... Can we hop down? Yeah! Research camera!
That thing's a miracle in Technicolor, kid. Works like a movie camera. Start the film rolling before you open fire on a splicer, and then anything you hit him with tells you more about his DNA. Let's give it a dry run, shall we? Easy now. Looks like you got the jump on this fella. Start your camera recording him, then hit him with a little bit of everything. Plasmids, firearms, whatever you can dish out.
Plasmid. Okay. I can't. I have to wait until I'm not drunk anymore. How do I... Because I can't get to him from in here, right? Unless the door decides to suddenly magically unlock. Once I start the camera, which might be the case? Thuggish splicers that are vulnerable to anti-personal rounds!
That's it.
Oh, I am on fire.
Camera spits out a prize once in a while as you learn what makes a splicer tick. Now, find one of those big old brutes and take him out on film. Before long, you'll be able to brush aside that mess at the hotel.
Oh! Got in here and started purchasing stuff. That's fine. Let's buy some more. I don't really need to buy any of those, actually. I should have hacked, but I did it wrong. Well, we've hacked it now. Well, I know that they're vulnerable to... Oh, it's a lead head. Okay. It's a different one, I guess. But that's fine. Hi, Emmy. Hello, friends.
With a party of 19.
You're
Kayshurrr
Emmy.
and the gang welcome you.
Hi, friends. How's it going? Hi, Fruity. Hi, Nem. Hi, Aloof. Welcome, welcome. Excuse me, while I get very tired all of a sudden. Welcome in, friends. How's it going? How's it doing? Thank you, Travis, for getting that shout out there. Why is it so hard to talk? Well, welcome in, pals. How are things? I think a lot of you know who I am, as I mod an Emmy stream sometimes. You can pretend. That is acceptable, Allie. But hi, welcome. My name is Kayshurrr. You can call me Kaysh. I'm a queer horror and mystery game streamer. We like to play spooky stuff from time to time. doing some Bioshock 2 today, because I wanted to do some Bioshock 2, and it's great. Because we play spooky stuff, we do offer content warnings for every single game that we play. This is an 18+ stream, but regardless, that doesn't mean we can't be informed about the kind of content that we are watching. Travis, thank you for pulling that up. It's just 18. Just exclamation point 18. Aloof, thank you for the follow. We appreciate it. Trying to think what there is to say right now.
Excuse me? Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry.
That only works because it's a different program. But yeah, welcome in, everyone. That's fine. It's all the basic shit. You know the stuff. Things are going pretty well. We're doing some Bioshock 2. Things are wacky and wild and super fun here. Yeah. Chill sleepy stream? Good! I hope you had fun. Hope you enjoyed it. But Raiders, Emmy and Raiders, if you are all... We are 95% of the way to the community challenge. Before I say that, though, if you guys need to take a break, get up and stretch, get some food, get some water, take care of some stuff around your space, go for it. I'll be here for at least another hour, potentially 2. To just play some more Bioshock. So yeah, take care of your dang selves. Do your thing. Yeah. Thank you, Emmy, for bringing your friends over, basically. Allie, Fruity, and I think... Is that everyone? Well, Allie and Fruity, thank you for the contributions to the Alien stream. We are dang close. We are real dang close to hitting that community challenge. Which is extremely exciting, I think. I think it's exciting. But yeah, content warnings are up there if people are interested in picking up the game. Exclamation point game link will pull up the link to the game, I guess. Aloof has also asked for pronouns for anyone comfortable with sharing their pronouns in chat. If you'd like to sound off, let us know what pronouns you would prefer us use for you. That's great. I use she, her pronouns. Yeah. We got Odd Moose with she, her, Blown Apart with he, him, Fruity Spruce with any pronouns, Mayor Emmy with she, they, Aloof with they, them. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. What is this? Allie, what are you doing? Is that the... Yeah, it's the Alejo one. That is also an acceptable thing to use. I can't see it, unfortunately, with how I... with my particular... the way that my chat is set up, since I'm using it through Twitch and not Chrome. But it is a good thing to use just in general. It helps anyone who is using the extension through Chrome. You can just have that associated with your name, which is super awesome and great. I have it set up, but I just can't see it because of what's going on here. Hi, I am punching. I don't feel great about this. Hey, buddy! Hey, buddy! But yeah, because I can't see it through Twitch chat in my streaming setup, it's the only reason I don't plug that more often. That's totally cool, Loof. Go ahead and lurk, do what you gotta. Enjoy resting up, doing whatever it is that you're doing. We appreciate you being here. And, yeah, thank you for the follow. Hey, buddy! Hey, buddy! Hey, buddy! This is not great! This is not great! This is not great! There we go. We've done it. Everything is great. Just kidding. Everything is actually great. Imagine that! Big Daddies are vulnerable to armor-piercing rounds. In case you didn't know. But yeah, like I said, for any of the raiders, if y'all need to get up and take a break, go stretch, do some stuff. We'll be here for a while if you decide you want to hang out with us. But it's important that you take care of yourself. Please, please, please. Take care of your dang selves. Let's go ahead and fill up on that. And maybe some more ammo. Get some potted meat in here just cause. Actually, let's go ahead and do... It's not really healing us at all, is it? Unfortunate. Unless it dumped it out? No, it didn't. Okay. That's okay. This is okay and fine. You know why? Okay, so there it... Oh, no. Please! Is this not where... That is where it is. That's what I thought! Trying to think of... what it is that we're doing. We're currently... We just got our fire plasmid, which was very exciting. I don't know. Couldn't tell you if I wanted to. And I want to. Things have happened. Deaths have occurred. We are gonna try and save all of the little sisters, because anybody who doesn't is an actual monster. This coming from an actual monster? Fucking hell.
Remember, son, without using that research camera, we can't get to Gracie, and that means we're stuck here.
Sinclair, listen.
Get one of those big apes on film, then work him over.
Just the constant panic. Oops, all panic. No, it's like, so anytime that there's a little sister on screen now, it like gives me the option to harvest always. And I'm just like, I don't want to. I never want to. And stop telling me to do that. Oh, this is a hack, not a... I understand. Horrible and terrible and awful. I mean, yeah, we're all monsters here, but like, are we actual monsters or are we just monsters? There's a difference, you know? I did have to mess with the controls a lot. Just remap them a ton. So it's fine. Honestly, though. Oh! Okay, well. That's fine. We'll just auto-hack. Give me all of this. I don't actually need all of this. I should probably not eat all of this because I will need healing later on. Whoa! Hello! Consider not. Consider being my friend. Be my pal, be my buddy. Don't hurt me. Hurt my enemies.
Boy, you simply can't know what I'm going through.
Get out of here. But yeah, like I mentioned it before, I don't think, I mean, I know, we aren't going to be finishing this today at all. Which is fine, but we'll probably finish it up next week. That's the wrong button. You know how I said I was going to swap the controls so that I would use my plasmids and my weapons properly? Already fucked that up. That's fine. That was on red. Do you want to take care of this for me? Why are we coming after me? I don't got the girl that you want. My God. Do I? Hold on. Okay, yeah, there's... Thought there was only the one, but I wanted to double check. We'll come back for her later because she can keep finding her.
Wales is starting up worship services down in Siren Alley, believe it or not. All faiths in
Firestorm.
They says they got big promises, salvation, immortality. immortality. A way out of here. I don't care how crazy it sounds. A way out of Rapture's
Well, wait.
music to my ears.
To equip that.
Next Sunday morning, I'll be there.
Alright, sir. That's fine. We love Mr. Bubbles here. Also, thank you for the bubble.
Production by post. I hear a troublesome.
Hey, who are you? Who are you? Were you important for me to kill? That doesn't seem right. Packed circus of value is just honestly a mood. Let's go ahead and buy one more of those. Okay, again, I should probably just do all of the main story stuff in the level before I go off and wander around and try and do a bunch of other things, but I want to do all of the things all at once, all of the time.
There's one of those big goons now.
Yeah, I see him,
Put your
buddy.
camera rolling on him, and then let him have it.
Come here. Come here. We'll just drill him. Drill dash! Devastate your foes with this powerful dash attack!
Look at you, sport. A
I
regular
love that.
junior shutterbug.
Also gonna
And it
heal
appears
and
you
take that.
picked up a new trick from that big galoot.
Yeah, I
Get
have.
to the Sinclair
Also,
Deluxe and
galoot.
just bust through that mess blocking your way.
Galoot is a great word. Drill is very good. Drill is extremely good. I've also gotten, like, the damage upgrade on it already.
Here, Father.
But it's very
yours.
good.
You are evolving fast, but your heart is getting weaker. I can keep you alive, but you must find me.
Aww. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're cozy. Get comfy. Snuggle in. Do the thing. It's gonna be great. Can I pick you up? Didn't let me pick it up? I know I've run out of plasmid slots. It's fine. We'll figure all that out in a minute, okay? Oh, hi. Sorry, was I interrupting something? My bad. Excuse. This is fine. No, I'm not. No. No, you stay where you are, Emmy. I'm not picking you up. I'm not gonna pick you up. I mean, normally I would, if you want me to, but I'm not picking you up right now. Okay? Okay? Listen. Oop. We're gonna loot everything. Also, what time is it? Oh! No! Everything is tragic right now. It's fine. I think the first upgrade was, did not nort a lady. Not this time. I think the upgrade at the very top was fuel efficiency, which is not what I wanted. But it's not terrible. We are definitely focusing on upgrading drill, shotgun, and machine gun.
Everybody panics, pulls their money out of the banks.
So it's okay. Just not what I wanted. I wanted to look at the shotgun upgrades.
And maybe 1 in 10 got their savings out.
I was about to just deck. Just deck them.
How am I gonna provide for the
Let's go ahead and hack you. And maybe just go ahead and shoot a little bit. We're not gripping and ripping the kid. Listen. Oh, ouch. get past? Hey, I would love it if you would let me get past. Just let me get up in here so I can do the thing. Man's not gonna let me hack him. He won't let me hack him. We should take a quick break though. It's been about an hour and a half since our last break. And I could use a restroom. Just a restroom. Not actually use it, but just have it? No. Is pee time. So it's a good time for everybody to get up and use the restroom if you have to. Or get some water. Or get a snack. Or do a stretch. Any of those good things that we try to encourage everyone to do here. Let me get some music going. Let me get the music going.
I love you, bitch. I ain't gonna never stop loving you, bitch.
Perfect. We'll do some words on stream, as well as stretch and all that good stuff, and I'll be right back. Yeah.
All right, let's bring that beat back.
not me sitting over here losing my shit because Ams keeps trying to find words with S's in them. That was very good. Hey friends, welcome back. Ams, welcome in. Sometimes words just need S's in them, and you know what? Good for you for trying to make that happen. It was very, very good. Shall we play more Bioshock? I'll probably only go for another, like, half an hour. I might not do the full 5 like I had, anticipated. Because as you can see, I am starting to get a little tired, but that's okay. General reminder, since there are more people here now, we do have the Alien Isolation Stream community challenge up and running. Hi. I think we should talk about how cute your hair is, though, Am. Still, you and your beautiful rainbow hair, my god. But thank you, friend. Like I was saying, we do still have the Alien Isolation stream up, the community challenge up. We are like not even barely 8,000 points away from that. Tomorrow I'm gonna stream at 5 Central, so we can play some dang Elden Ring, and then we're gonna play all of the Elden Ring on Friday as well. Ams, thank you for the contribution. You know how I said we were like 8,000 points away? We're like 6,000 points away now. Go get your mac and cheese! I'm also so hyped for Elden Ring. Like, I can't tell you how hyped I am about this dang game. I'm so dang hyped. No, I'm like super pumped about it. It's gonna be great. So yeah, that's gonna happen tomorrow at 5 Central. And then I have it set down for like 10:30 a.m. On Friday, but basically it's whenever I wake up and get ready. Yeah. I do plan on keeping the stream, well, I can't even say short, because I was like, on Thursday I might go for like 5 hours or so. Regardless, I'm super excited about it. And you know what? I'm excited that other people are excited about it, even if it is just hype because I'm hyped. That's also acceptable. No, but I'm super pumped about this game. I'm ready. Let's go. Yeah, no, that's my general plan, is like, if because I know I'm not gonna be able to like wait between streams to play Elden Ring, I'll just do these first 2 streams because I'm super pumped about it and just kind of like want to show off the game and have other people see if they're interested in it, so they might be able to pick it up. But after Friday, it'll basically just be me playing it whenever. But if people still want to hang out, watch me play it, do that kind of stuff, I can always hop into the server Discord, or into the server voice chat and hang out while I play. Just know that that's an option. But yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I like really need to share at the moment, but I don't think there is. I think that's like all the big news for the time being. Yeah. So let's get back to Bioshock. Let's go play some dang game. Yeah. 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 We took care of our large lad. That's great and exciting. And we have, oh my god, excuse me. We have another little sister, which I said I was not gonna get her until the end of the level, but here we are, doing the thing. She'll just hang out with us for a while.
The paradise of Andrew Ryan was most unkind.
Yeah.
She spoke against him in song, and he had her blacklisted. It left her penniless. But in the family, she has found hope. A reason
Somebody is yelling
to
at me, and I don't know who. Hello?
Ask yourself, Delta. Do you deserve to take it from her?
Yes? Question mark? we gotta protect our babies. This is fine. Hello, Lesser Dog!
Lesser_dog is raiding with a party of 4.
How's it
Kayshurrr and the
going?
gang welcome you.
They're just gonna set themselves on fire. That's fine. Hold on a second. Let me get rid of the splicer real fast. And then we'll actually hop on over here. We just got done with a break, so we've been hanging out on this screen for a hot minute. But, hello and welcome. How is everyone doing? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Lesser Dog and Raiders, hello, welcome. We're playing some Bioshock. How is it going? How are you doing? Let me get a shout out going for ya. Assuming I know how to type. Doing some Pokemon Legends. Legends of Arceus. Nice. How was it? How are you liking it? Tell me all about it. Welcome in. Welcome in. My name is Kayshurrr. I'm a queer a queer horror and mystery game streamer. Let me just say queer in as many possible ways as my god, my ability to speak is just gone. This is fine. We're a queer mystery and horror game streamer. We play spooky stuff around here. Words are difficult from time to time, but you know what? That's okay. Is this your doing, Bo? Hello. Hello, Bo. It's true. You gotta say it at least twice because we are very gay here. Had a lot of fun, very chill, did some main quest missions. Nice! Good! I'm glad it was a lot of fun. Well, thanks for bringing your friends on over, Bo. Thank you for, recommending me. We're here for all the queerness. Let's go. Let's make it happen. But yeah, welcome in. Like I said, we're playing some Bioshock 2 today. Because I play a lot of spooky stuff, we do offer content warnings for every single game that we play. We are an 18+ stream, but we like to make sure that everyone is making informed choices about the kind of content that they're seeing. Which our lovely mod Odd Moose did pull up there, but if you ever need to see it, or remind yourself of what's in it, !CW will pull up the content warnings. It'll either be a list or a link. And if you're interested in checking out the game that we are playing, because we do play a lot of indie stuff here as well. Obviously, Bioshock 2 is not particularly indie, but we check out a lot of indie games. So if you're ever interested in the game that we're playing, !game link will pull that up as well. You have been streaming for a while, probably, even if you haven't. It's still important that you get up and you do a stretch. So, Lesser Dog and Raiders, if y'all need to take a break and stretch, get some food, get some water, take care of some stuff in the space that you occupy, please feel free to do so. I will be here for a good long while. Probably another like half hour to an hour or so. We are about 3.5 hours into this particular stream. I am testing out longer streams, as I used to stream a ton, but not for very long. So we're gonna see how this works and all that good stuff. But again, thank you for the raid and the follow. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, welcome in. We're happy to have you here. That's the spiel. It's a lot of words all at once. Once I know what I'm saying, it's fine. Just reminding myself of what to say. But yeah, I'm doing real well, Bo. Thank you for asking. My shoulder is a little sore. I dislocated it last week. Week before? Almost 2 weeks ago now. Woof. But it is doing much better. We're a little sleepy, but we're doing well. Excited about Elden Ring tomorrow. I don't know if any of you care about FromSoft stuff, but I'm very stoked about it. Yeah, shoulder injuries are not particularly great, but it is doing much better, like I said. I just gotta be careful with it and make sure that I'm not shrimping too much. We're not doing this. No shrimping. Sitting up, keeping our shoulders back. Oh, where am I going? What are we doing? In here. Let's go. Hello? I could have gone through either door. Little arrow.
Just rev up that drill of yours and slam right through that pile of junk blocking your way.
Okay.
Shut up. Here he comes.
That's kind of why I'm streaming it. So I'm gonna be streaming it tomorrow and on Friday. Because I'm super pumped about it, and I know that I'm pretty sure that no matter what, I'm gonna adore it. So if you wanna stop by while I'm doing that, feel free. I'll be streaming a lot tomorrow evening, and then pretty much all day on Friday. Okay. Kind of, not my first non-Nintendo game. I wasn't super big on Nintendo as a child. It wasn't the system that we had in the house, shockingly. But Bioshock is definitely, like, one of my favorite games. Definitely in the top 10 for me. Very good. Very good game. And I've only played I've only played this one once before. And it was ages ago. Literal years since I've checked it out. But I really like the first one, and I do really like the third one. I know a lot of people don't. And that's fine. But I also had this for the 360. It's such a good game. Such a good game. Slash, I love how much, like, nostalgia a lot of people have for Bioshock as a whole. What? Oh, okay. No, I don't want to... I forgot I had a little sister on my shoulders. I don't want to turn her in just yet. We still haven't collected anything from the bodies. Are you... You're dead. Excuse me while I just attack corpses to make sure that they are actually corpses. Hi. Ouch. Ma'am, please. No hits. But also, that's a hell of a transition, going from, like, Nintendo games to Bioshock. I also, okay. We both seem to have similar thoughts on the series. I still, like, I remember enjoying 2. But I definitely would say that it's, like, the weakest of the 3. I really enjoyed Infinite. Personally. Oops. Oops! That's fine. We'll just do it this way. I may or may not have, so, you know how everyone has, like, those silly little Funko Pops or whatever? I got this one because it was on sale, but I do have Songbird. Say hi. The Songbird. This is fine. Because I freaking love this game. Also, it's so dusty. It's so dang dusty. Please, why are you so dusty? Nice! See, like, we had video games, but not in the way that, like, a lot of other people did. My grandfather and my sister were big into video games. And I had, like, a PlayStation 1 growing up. That was it. I got a PlayStation 5 when I was, PlayStation 2 when I was 5 as, like, a Christmas gift. I think I was, like, 5. I might have been a little older at that point. But, like, that was the gift to me. PlayStation was my very first system. And then the games that I had were weird because nobody else in the household, like, played video games. And so they just pick up random shit for me. This is fine. Also, more shotgun shells. We love that for us. It's always really interesting, like, seeing how everyone got introduced to video games. Or like what their first system was, or their very first game. The things that they gravitated towards. It's cute. I think it's cute. I would like to go in here. I would like to go in here. Game. I mean, your little brother is not incorrect. Everything happened when you were 8 years old. I mean, this might as well be right. Time doesn't matter. None of it's real. Hi, can you not? Hello? Please stop! I could be wrong, but speaking of, like, Nintendo, I think Bioshock, like, I think the trilogy is available on the Switch now. I think. I could be wrong, though. Nice! Fighting game in, like, the style... Oh, I guess there's only really, like... It's gonna be, like Mortal Kombat or Soul Calibur, but they're all more or less the same in my brain, so that wouldn't help me to understand it more. But that's awesome. That's still very good. But as far as games that you owned, that you had and played and owned, this is what I want. I want you, but I only have auto hack. So that's fine. Need to remember that I can just, like, get up real close to them. Freeze enemies for longer, and all drill attacks have a chance to freeze the target. Okay. That's cool. Boop. We'll just bop. Just bop our friends. Please don't shoot me. Hey, consider not doing a murder. Thank you. That's fair. That's fair. Again, I don't... Fighting games weren't ever really my thing. I guess I played Melee a lot. Smash Bros. A lot as a kid because my best friend had it. Her family was the rich family, so they had, like, every single system ever, and I was just there. I got to experience these things secondhand. I should probably get some items sold out! I didn't realize that they only had so many of each. Tragic. This is fine.
And as for you, Tin Daddy, you're dying
I love it when they call me Tin Daddy. Can we get over here? Do this. Steal all of these things. That's pretty dope, actually. Wait, is this the one? Could you turn into a raptor in this one? Like a dinosaur? Could you turn into a dinosaur in that one? I might have seen this one. If it's the one that I'm thinking about. It very well could be I could be making something up. And that's fine as well. But I'm definitely gonna have to look into this just to see it. Because that sounds dope. Alright, what's in here? Hello? Hello?
Andrew Ryan told me that in Rapture, it didn't matter where you came from.
Also, the Mr. Bubbles plush. I would like to have this, please. Please.
Down under the money, down under our very name. We are families.
Give me these. I can only buy one of those at any given time. That's extremely upsetting. As I would like... Whoa! Not me staring...
My daddy.
Thanks, kiddo. Again, I forgot you were there. Hey, can you stop? up. There we go. Good luck at your meeting. We'll see you later, Allie. I love you. I can't pick up any of these. This is tragic. Actually tragic. There's Chameleon Man. Okay, I might be thinking of something else then. Who knows what else I'm thinking of, but probably a different thing.
I told him not to speak up against Mr. Ryan's policies, and now
Ma'am,
he's missing.
stop!
Just never came home. I went by the bookstore, and all his books are gone too. I don't know what to do.
That could be a good thing to start doing.
I have to deal with that awful Sinclair just to have a roof over my head.
Not the awful Sinclair. Okay, let's continue to crawl under the fire. Let's see what's over here. Yeah, let's go ahead and harvest the body. Let's do it. We got stuff. We got time. Oh! Hello! That's a hacking thing. There's my drill. I would like that. Hey, if we could not do any of these terrible things that you were doing to me, that would be awesome! Holy butts! That is not what I thought it was. I didn't want to throw the hat at him! Sir, please. Great, kiddo! You've done a good job! Perfect! Let's go! I picked her up way too quickly and was concerned that I was harvesting. Again, that panic will never go away. Ever. I will always be concerned that I have clicked wrong.
Gracie's room is just up ahead. Now, she's been sending all manner of unkindness your way, so I'm not particular as to how you take that key away from her, but she's old, and this grudge against you was based on a misunderstanding.
Yeah, okay. Let's just go ahead and do this.
The collection. Give it away.
Great. I do love how easy it's been to just, like, get back into the Bioshock vibe. The whole thing that we got going here. It's very good. I love these games so much.
We both died tonight, monster. I, because your kind has killing in its nature. And you, because there's no way the family will let you stroll out alive with that key.
I mean, obviously we're gonna let her live just to spite her and be like, check it out, we're fine, actually. I'm not a terrible person. Maybe. We might equip that one at some point. I would like to find a Gatherer's Garden so I can upgrade everything.
Empty house. Only an echo to my name. Eleanor. Baby, where are you? I turned my back and someone took you. It happened so quick. I'm not even a half mama to you, girl. I couldn't protect you. This poster of Dr. Lamb in my room is staring me down like it knows I'm ashamed. I've always been loyal to your real mother, Eleanor. Always trusted her with my secrets. But I lost you. What will the doctor think of me now?
Sad. Alright. Not really my issue, though. I didn't steal the baby. Where are we? Sorry, I was trying to figure out, like, what was on those? Still not entirely sure. Alright, where are we going, game? Where would you like to send me? Oh, there's a doorway here that I just completely... Wait, no. I see. I understand. We figured it out. Sometimes it just takes me a second to figure out what's going on. Hello, Gracie. You are
I know what you're here for.
not sitting in that chair.
Go on, take it.
I mean, you're sitting in the chair, but you're not sitting... Thank you, Bo. I appreciate it.
But baby Eleanor
I'll definitely be checking it out after stream.
Then one day, I see her walking with you, looking wrong. And when I tried to hold her, you knocked me down. Broke my jaw. So I'm ready, baby snatcher. Come on in and finish the job.
I mean, I'll come in and I'll loot your stuff. Because I need it. But I'm not gonna...
Your call, friend. Gracie's unarmed, for what it's worth.
We're not gonna be a I mean, like, we'll be a terrible person, but not like this. I'm floating a little bit. Okay, bye!
To hell with you then. Go on.
You're a bigger man than I am, Chief. Maybe next time she'll think twice about pointing fingers before all the facts are in. Now, let's be on our way. Eleanor's waiting.
Look, I'm a cool daddy. I'm not
gun,
like
yet you
other
just walk away?
dads.
No monster alive turns the other cheek. No monster does that.
Surprise!
A thinking man does that.
Surprise!
I know that Dr. Lamb is no liar, but she's got to be wrong about you. Doesn't seem right now, letting you walk into that bushwhack waiting outside. I can't call off the family, but I can whisper a bit and improve your odds.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
These whirlybirds are custom
Are you gonna...
jobs by an
Okay.
old friend. I'm afraid this is all I can do for now.
Ooh, I might have to look into that. I know, I don't know if they're still here, but, someone came in earlier and was talking about a book that was associated with this, or that came with the game, and I wonder if that's the same one? I'd be interested in reading it. Oh. Let's just go ahead and hack that. That was very good. Oh, was it a game guide? Okay. I guess it was just the way that it was, like, worded that made me think it was maybe, like, a novel or something. Either way makes sense. Alright, let's go ahead and gather. Because this is the last gather that we need to do with this baby. Sweet child. Gather the atom. That is true, there was mention of concept art. True, 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 true. I'll not, maybe? Hey, consider! Hey, consider! Oh my god, so slow. Do I need anything? Since I'm here! Not really. Ugh. Whirly bird freaked me out. Hello? Oh! There's a large lad up there. I mean, in this one, definitely, like, I love Big Daddies. Always have, always will. Big sisters are scary. And so loud. Also, just so loud. So screechy all of the time. Can you stop punching my whirly birds? Okay, maybe we just leave. Maybe we just go. That's a lot of drill fuel, actually. Wait, wasn't there... There was an upgrade place, wasn't there? But I think I got it. I think that's where I messed up and just took the first upgrade that was there, and that's okay. Yeah, I think, like, even in the first game, I wasn't... The first couple of times that I came across a Big Daddy, I was terrified. But then I ended up just being... Oh, no. Then I just ended up being more, like, prepared for a big fight, you know? But Big Sister is spooky. They don't scare me that much now anymore. But they're a lot. They do be a lot. I don't want to fight in this hallway, but I also want to fight in this hallway. Where is she? There she is. Hi, ma'am! I should have probably thought about this before I did this, because I don't have... Yeah, this is an issue. Okay, yep, that's a problem. Didn't have any health packs. I had everything else I needed for that. No health packs, though! Okay, this is an issue. And she did blow this up, which is unfortunate. So maybe... There's no Circus of Value over here, is there? Fuck. Okay, look. Give me that. Don't shoot me! Hey! Consider not doing any of the things that you're doing! Group of 6 for multiplayer? Good to know. Good to know. Oh. I could see the Circus of Value! Am I gonna have to run again? No, I'm back at the start. Okay. But I kind of want to try and take her out.
Well, sir, I don't know what to call you now. You've done more than just spare my life. You've opened my eyes. I need to put a few questions to Dr. Lamb.
Okay. This is the wrong everything. Ma'am, please. I just want to get to my dang shop. Which is... here? Here it is. Everything is fine now. You know why? So we can do this. Can you not be here right now? This is like a very bad time for you to be here. Also, I clicked heal, and it didn't heal. So that's kind of unfortunate. Okay, maybe I can have enough time to take care of this big galoot. Where is he? There, now he's not an issue. I don't know that I'm gonna be able to get close enough to the big sister to take her out like this. Come on! increase max Eve. Nice. There we go. Nope, she's still here. They keep looking like they have, like, absolutely no health available to them. Sorry for foot. Don't often say it, but I do think about it a lot. Sometimes you just gotta welcome people to the circus of value. And then it's great, you know? I am gonna do that. There was an Eve syringe over here. And then let's go top off on some health kits. You know, like you do. Because it's important to be healthy. Very good, very good. I could do with some more fuel. But that's not ever been, like... Again, we haven't ever really had an issue getting enough for that. We've got both little sisters here. They just know. They know that you're gonna say something. That's gonna be a little different. A little funny, maybe.
By sparing grace, do you seek to gain my trust?
No.
A feeble ruse. Your crocodile tears
all.
may poison her with doubt, but I am not so easy a mark.
Devo says hello, by the way, in case everyone was wondering. Contemplating potentially ending. Excuse me. I've been streaming for about 4 hours. And we're starting a new area. So it might be good if we end here. I kind of wanted to play more, but I don't know that we'll be able to get through the area in a half an hour. So yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do a big rest. I'm gonna get some food, and I'm gonna stretch, and I'm gonna be ready for tomorrow. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Aloof. We try to make it as fun. And I know, like, a lot of people try to be like, oh, I'm a comfort streamer. I'm not. I'm not a comfort streamer, but I do try to make the space as comfy as possible. I forgot about this man. He's no Peaches, though. Hi, Devo.
Kid, come on, wake up now. There you are. I thought you rode that torpedo into the great hereafter. I'm in Dionysus Park now. Train cars are shambles, leaking air. Whole damn place is flooded and sealed. But there's a pumping station back there on Siren Alley, and I believe you could jerry-rig it to drain the park out.
Well,
that'd let you stroll right inside. Get to those pumps, and hurry.
Okay. Thank you, Sinclair. With that, we will save. New save. Excuse me. Yeah. And this is where we'll end for today. We will, sorry, I was asking you to save, but I already did. No, it's all good, Bo. Look, it's been a weird time for a lot of us. I don't know what's been going on for you, but we love to see you. But we also understand that you can't always spend your time here. That's okay. It is an absolute delight when you do stop in and say hello. Because we love you, Bo. Bo, listen, we love you. This is a lot of fun, though, and I really appreciated just, like, seeing everyone. Hold on, I'm gonna turn on some music while we do our little outro nonsense. Yeah, it was super fun to hang out with everyone. I am really enjoying, like, the longer streams. Gives me more time to do stuff outside of stream, but still play all the games that I want to play. I think by next week I'll definitely be more prepared to do, like, the 5 hours that I have scheduled. So yeah. Shall we find someone to raid into? Look the raid messages up before we look. There they are. The first one has global emotes. Second one has our channel emotes on them if you're going to come raid with us. There are a lot of people on right now. Gotta find where I've hidden all my windows. We've got lots of people. Y'all wanna go say hi to Last Bonita, though? Bonita's doing some Animal Crossing, which is always a wonderful way to chill out after we've had a high-intensity gaming session here. I don't know what I'm saying. If nobody has any suggestions or any preferences, we're gonna go say hi to Bonita. Bonita's a delightful, wonderful human being who we adore here. Hold on a second. Cool. Yeah, let's go say hi to Bonita. But as always, thank you everyone for being here. And hanging out is really nice. We love to see our friends. And make new friends! We made some new friends today. That's very exciting. Like I said, I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, which is not my usual stream day. And we're gonna start around 5 p.m. Central, give or take, because Elden Ring comes out tomorrow and I'm very, very excited. And then we'll be streaming all day on Friday. Take care of your dang selves. Have a good rest of your time zone. I love you. Take care. We'll see you next time, friends. Bye!